Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue our playthrough of King's Quest VI. I should probably add to that that we will be playing some split fiction in the middle with the wonderful Pikachu.
One of the oysters is sitting up in bed
dearie
and
me.
doesn't look very happy. He seems to be
Hey,
the only
Catholic.
one who can't sleep. In the oyster's mouth, Alexander can see a glint of white.
What was I thinking? Yes, so we're going to be doing some split fiction today in about an hour, just under an hour. And that'll probably be for about 2 hours, and then we'll get back to the King's Quest. So this stream's going to be bookended with King's Quest, but with split fiction in the middle. So we began King's Quest VI last stream. It so far honestly looks like it could be the best of the series. It certainly has, or at least of the series so far. I believe there are some games after this one. It certainly has the most detailed story so far. I mean, the stories up to this point... I just realised you can't hear the music I'm playing. Let me sort that out. Apologies. I'm a little bit late as well, which I apologise for. That's annoying. Where is the... has that fixed it? That has not fixed it. Why? Why no jukebox? There it is. Sorry, I don't know why it stopped connecting the sound up properly. There we go. Oh dearie me. Yeah, this hasn't been going brilliantly, has it? Where was I? So we began King's Quest VI last time. So far looks like it's going to be the best.
Alexander is...
It's got the most deep story so far. Obviously, the graphics have improved a lot. The puzzles so far, we haven't done a lot, to be honest, but they've been enjoyable enough. Certainly got the best voice acting. Only 2 of the games so far have had voice acting, and the standard has gone way up. So it looks like they've put a lot of effort into this. The story so far, we are playing as Alexander, the son of King Graham of Daventry. Specifically, at the end of the 5th game, Alexander met a princess that he was that he fell for. And despite only having seen her for at most a minute in his life, actually it might be slightly longer than that, but it's about that length of time, he's decided that he's going to marry her. And so he's sailed around the world to find her homeland. I should add, he did see her in the magic mirror, apparently being very unhappy and wishing for him to see her. Yeah, that's right. So he did have that to also go on. Apparently he located where she was by looking at the stars behind her, and then he was able to locate where it must be on their planet, which is very impressive. Anywho, went to go to see her. He ended up meeting the vizier in the palace, who told him to go away. Pretty much. And that apparently the vizier is going to marry her. So that's why his presence is not required. But there's a lot of indications that the vizier does not have the kingdom's best interests at heart. He may not have her best interests at heart, and he appears to have a genie under his control, which so far has been trying to thwart Alexander every step of the way. So Alexander has been going around the different islands in this world, because this particular kingdom is made up of 4 main islands, and we've been told there may be additional ones that we can't reach yet. The Crown Island is the main one where the palace is. The Isle of Wonder is where we are now. The Isle of the Beast and the Isle of the Sacred Mountain we haven't yet figured out how to get very far into. And the vizier has ordered the some guards on the Isle of Wonder, where we are now, to kill Alexander on sight. And his only way to... Specifically, he ordered them to kill any humans on sight. So he has to somehow convince them that he is not human. That's one of the puzzles we're currently working on. Anyway, I think that's us completely caught up. That took slightly longer than I had intended, but never mind. So we should get into it, which presents a slight problem because I don't have a clear recollection of, like, all the leads, if you will. I'm not sure where to go next. Greetings. How is life in the land of the Green Isles? Hey Everett, lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it's, well, you know how it is. Some of the residents seem a bit hostile, but other than that...
Alexander is carrying an unusually large black feather. Colors of flame burst from the center of the incredibly stinky flower and drip onto its petals. The flower's appearance is as flamboyant as its smell.
Right, so that was how we were trying to disguise ourselves as not human. So the guards I mentioned before, the guards which are trying to identify whether this person before them is the individual they've been asked to capture and kill. They are gnomes, and in this universe, each gnome has one exaggerated sense. One of them has an incredibly strong sense of smell, another one incredibly strong sense of sight, etc. And they take their turns examining Alexander, and I can fool the one with the nose by using the flower. They then the only thing they can smell is the flower and not Alexander, so they don't conclude he's human. I still need to figure out how to fool the other four.
The rabbit's foot has long, soft fur. Alexander is carrying, oddly enough, a sentence. It says, "Where are you going?"
Yeah, I don't know how you can... That was one of the strange things about the Isle of Wonder. We were told this is a very strange place, and we did actually pick up a sentence. And I don't know what to do with it. The only thing I know is I can't go any further into this island because I will get captured and killed.
Alexander.
So this isn't the way forward so far as I can tell. It must be on one of the other islands. The Isle of the Crown we fully explored. It's always possible that something else has opened up over there. I can't rule that out. But if it has, I don't know what it is. I agree that, objectively speaking, this is the best game in the series. That's good to hear. Well, it would have been nice if the subsequent games, because I think there's 2 more games after this. It would be nice if they were also of this standard or better. But yeah, it's good to know that you agree. This one certainly seems like a massive step up from before.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So the best suggestion I have is we go between the different islands we have access to, and I just try and find something we can do.
There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Look at that! Some of the rocks are a different colour to the others. I wonder if that means they're different types of rock. Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates. This is kind of silly, but will the sentence help?
That has no effect upon the cliffs of granite.
Okay.
There appears to be some...
Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates.
The rock.
So I have to somehow demonstrate wisdom and then I will be raised up? Yes, unfortunately you've reached the summit and we'll be hiking downhill from here. Oh no. I just realised that I have enough points to have you read 1 to 2... half an encyclopedia. Hope your weekend went well. Well, I did end up putting a cap on the number of redeems of that. The number of encyclopedia redeems in a given stream. After Tato redeemed, I think it was like 30 of them. I do need to sort that out. I did create a tally. For a long time I had this thing where if Tato turned up in chat, then I would just read him because we didn't want to like stop a stream and have me read 30 pages then and there, I basically made it so that for a long time he could just ask me to read a page and I would, and I was keeping a tally of the number of times I had actually read a page, and I knew how many times I had to read it for him, because I obviously noted down how many times he redeemed it. From that day on, there's been a maximum limit on the number of times I let that be redeemed in a stream, and also I haven't caught up yet on reading all those pages to Tato, so that's still... I'd even have to try and find where I kept my tally. I've forgotten where that is now. It's there somewhere. My weekend... I can't complain about my weekend. Thank you for asking, Georgius. I hope you're well. Was it just story time with El Magnifico? You might as well change the stream to Mr. Magnifico's neighborhood. I don't follow. Anywho, so yeah, I guess we have to somehow demonstrate wisdom? It's not an owl's feather, is it? Is it?
Using that on the cliff etchings would accomplish nothing.
Clearly not. I don't know how it wants me to accomplish...
The sound of Alexander's voice doesn't seem to have any effect on the cliff etchings.
I don't know how I'm supposed to demonstrate wisdom. I'm guessing we're not supposed to do this bit yet.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Oh, reference to Mr. Rogers, I believe. Oh, I see. Yeah, I vaguely heard about Mr. Rogers. Isn't he supposed to be some American figure who was just like, I think he had a TV show and he was just like famous for being a really, really nice person?
Alexander feels a strange pulling
sensation. That is a very US reference. Yeah, I only, assuming that I understood correctly what you meant by Mr. Roger, I only found out about that recently, and even then, like, I scarcely know who this gentleman is.
The water seems tranquil at the moment, but a dimpling pattern on the surface indicates a strong undertow.
Right, that means that if I step into the water, I'm going to get pulled out.
Alexander is standing at the edge of the sea on a heavily forested island. As far as the eyes can see, tall trees spread out their branches as though straining to link arms, their tops forming a canopy above. A path leads north through the forest.
I watched this show when I was little and enjoyed it. What was this show about? Like, what sort of things took place on it? If by nice you mean, I'm going to narrate feeding my fish because a blind little girl wrote to me and was concerned about the welfare of my fish because she didn't know if they were getting fed, then yes, he was a nice person. Yeah. I know it's not a nice sentiment, but I don't know, increasingly recently I've been finding it very hard to have much faith in people, especially when people do things like that. Like, publicly, if you see what I mean. Because it really doesn't tell you much about, you know, what they're like in private. But I do hope this Mr. Rogers figure was actually a very, very nice person. And yes, that gesture does sound very kind. I feel like getting that lamp is going to be a very good idea, but I don't know how to get past the boiling water. This is where we got stuck before. I seem to remember the problem with Crown Island was because we'd already been everywhere, and none of the items we had let us get anywhere we hadn't already been. So there's that. On the Isle of the Beast, which is where we are now, we were stuck by the boiling water. Couldn't get past that. On the Isle of Wonder, it was the gnomes that were preventing our progress. And on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain, it was the fact that we just had that one engraved sentence that was saying about, you know, demonstrate your wisdom and you'll be elevated. And how am I supposed to do that? From what ChatGPT says, it would be roughly equivalent to Play School. Is that like a British TV series that I'm also not aware of? It was a sort of variety show. He is this older man who lives in his apartment. Sometimes he visits his neighbours, sometimes there are little documentary shorts. A video about a crayon factory was one of my favourites. Part of the show takes place in a somewhat unrelated kingdom of puppets. Ooh, that does sound interesting. Or Blue Peter, Playdays, Postman Pat. Okay, I've heard of Blue Peter and I've heard of Postman Pat, but I must say, I don't think of those as being particularly similar.
A little fawn is feeding on a grassy hillock near the sea.
I can't talk to animals anymore, can I?
The fawn is too busy eating to pay attention to Alexander. Alexander pulls out.
I do not know how to progress on any of those three islands.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I suggest we go back to the Isle of the Crown and see if anything's changed or if the items I have let me do something that I wasn't able to before. That's true. You should have kept that gunk in your ears. Yes. From the third game, wasn't it? Although, strictly speaking, it didn't let me talk to animals, I could just understand them. They couldn't understand me. Was a gentle educational children's show created and hosted by Fred Rogers. Each episode invited viewers into his neighbourhood to explore feelings, kindness and everyday life through calm conversations, songs and visits to the puppet-filled neighbourhood of make-believe. It focused on emotional growth, empathy and self-worth in a warm, comforting way. ChatGPT synopsis. That does sound nice. I do sort of wonder, though, what exploring feelings, kindness, and everyday life through calm conversations, like, means in, like, an apolitical sense, if you see what I mean. Like, I feel like you can't really have those concepts without also having a sort of view of what you think society should be. Because what kindness means to one person may be very different to someone else, if you see what I mean. Like, I'm just thinking of, like, opinions I've seen online or had conversations, and people seem to have really drastically different ideas about how the proper way to treat people and where you draw lines. I remember being absolutely taken by that train, though. He was a kindly grandfather. There was no political view. Yeah, but that's kind of my point I'm making. I don't see how you could be apolitical, if you see what I mean. Like, in the same way that you can't not have an accent. Like, for example, this is a point of view that I've become increasingly aware of recently. I have heard people genuinely argue that you shouldn't help people that are disadvantaged because then they will end up being either because they will then just be lazy, or because it will lead to the breakdown of various social structures that, you know, it would threaten society or something. I don't particularly hold those views, but I've seen it put forward, and it is a genuine view that some people have, that you're helping people by not helping them, if you see what I mean. And so not only is that a political opinion, but the opposite of that is also political. You know, something as simple as just giving a homeless person some money on the street is essentially a political act. It tells you quite a lot about what that person's outlook on the world is. It depends on the source of the disadvantage and the longevity of it. If they are playing the "oh my goodness, I'm so hurt" card for way too long, then I can see that point.
The side of the castle is one big blank wall.
Well, if by political you include social norms, generally yes. However, his views were pretty mainstream, as I recall. That said, I haven't thought much about his show in decades. I see.
The side of the vines have begun to climb the.
I don't suppose anyone actually knows where I need to go next and could provide a hint. Hang on, can I go into that, whatever that thing is? I have absolutely nothing against helping people. Unfortunately, there are a large number of people that take advantage of people's willingness to help others and have ruined it for others. There are buskers here that make more than I do. Interesting.
There's a little hut just off the path. Perhaps the guard dogs have an occasional use for it, but it looks empty now.
If I just stayed here for a while, do you think someone would appear? Like, I'm thinking, what is the point of having that hut? And the only reason I can think is so that I'm not visible. Maybe if I just hang around in here for 30 seconds, like an NPC will appear on screen and say something they wouldn't say if they knew I was around. You need to go to one of the islands. Okay. It is one of the islands then. I can't. The thing is, there is no way I'm getting past that gnome, those gnomes currently. I clearly need way more items than I have. I can fool the one that has the extreme sense of smell, and that's it. But that just rules out the whole Isle of Wonder.
Alexander.
From what ChatGPT says, his show may make the views of Carl Rogers and Kierkegaard. To be fair, Fred Rogers had a seminary degree. What's a seminary degree? Is that... What is a seminary degree? And by islands, I include the one you're on. My clue is that the next part is related to islands. Oh. Well, then that's a lot less helpful.
A large round pot is one of the pottery pieces on display outside the shops. Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers, a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb.
A fake thumb?
Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Maybe it's a bottle of invisible ink. A seminary is a term for a Protestant institution that trains clergy. Oh, right. So was he actually an ordained minister?
Hello. I will be right up.
He had a bachelor's degree in music composition. He was an ordained Presbyterian
what can I do
minister,
for you?
the seminary degree, and did a graduate study in child development.
There's
Interesting.
nothing to do.
That is interesting. I wonder if he started with music composition and then changed the direction his life was taking.
How fare you, merchant?
Sufficiently well, thank you, Alexander. My only wish is for more time to read.
At the time, he was arguably the best suited host for a children's TV show that had ever done it. Yeah, I guess that does actually make sense. I suppose you're right.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. The sign has undergone a number of changes. It once read 10 pence, but that was crossed out and replaced with 5 pence, then 1 pence, then free. The sign currently reads, "Take one, please."
What are they?
Only one book remains on the table.
I'll take it.
It looks like the bookshop owner really wants to get rid of that book.
Is it cursed or something?
Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good sir.
Really? Thanks.
Why are you so determined to get rid of it?
Alexander is carrying a book from the bargain table in the bookshop.
Do you use the term pence in America? Because of course that comes from... That would presumably date back to when your currency was the British currency. To my memory, he never mentioned religion, but used it to inform his statements on kindness.
Alexander's carrying a little ink bottle. It appears to be empty.
Hang on, can I combine these to make...
There's no reason to use that on the ink bottle.
Okay, I can't make like a quill with ink and then use it to write in the book. There might still be, a band called Sixpence None the Richer. Yeah, I have actually heard of them. I've got a feeling I remember one of the songs they made, but I've also got a feeling that it wasn't a... Wait, which one were they? Wait, was Sixpence None the... I may have actually been getting my wires crossed in my brain. Was Sixpence None the Richer the band where Gwen Stefani came from? Hold on, I'm going to look this up. No, we would say cent, or if we were specifically referencing the 1 cent coin, penny. So you do still call them pennies in certain contexts. But that's interesting. No, it's not Gwen Stefani. I think it must be right about Kiss Me. Yeah, I think you're right. I had heard of them, but I couldn't quite place them. So what was Gwen Stefani's old band called? Before she went solo. No Doubt. That was it. Sorry. That would have bothered me if I hadn't straightened it out in my head. So, Sixpence None the Richer made Kiss Me. Gwen Stefani's old band was No Doubt. Oh yes, the penny is our lowest value coin. Well, up until recently. Apparently we'll discontinue the penny soon.
Have you finished the chores I gave you?
They aren't worth what they are made
Yes,
from.
stepmother.
Yes,
The
it's a
house
good
and the
move, I think.
stables are clean. Then start polishing the silverware. Do I have to tell you everything? Yes, stepmother. Right away.
Yeah, it's genuinely a problem once your currency ends up being more valuable than... more valuable as scrap than its face value. There was actually an interesting case of that in British history. I think it was the guinea, which was originally supposed to be a £1 coin, but they ended up making it out of... ended up making it out of materials which... I've forgotten if it was like more valuable when they made it, or if like the like market value of whichever metal it was just suddenly went up. But they ended up having the problem that it was actually worth £1 and 1 shilling, and then that's what everyone used it as. I'm double checking my memory of this. That was it. The guinea, I'm reading this from Wikipedia, the guinea was a coin minted in Great Britain between 1663 and 1814 that contained approximately 1/4 of an ounce of gold. The name came from the Guinea region in West Africa, from where much of the gold used to make the coins was sourced. It was the first English machine-struck gold coin, originally representing a value of 20 shillings in sterling specie, equal to £1. But rises in the price of gold relative to silver caused the value of the guinea to increase, at times to as high as 30 shillings. From 1717 to 1816, its value was officially fixed at 21 shillings. And the reason that's particularly interesting is I understand that amongst the rich, where it was important to be seen as like not caring about money, that was actually one of the, like, obviously you had the whole class system and the difference between the different ways that they would try and they would try to gatekeep being someone of class, an upper class individual, from those lower classes. One of the criteria was basically just not being bothered about money, not caring about spending money. And so the reason this is significant is because they would as I understand it, this is what I was told, I haven't independently researched this, upper class individuals would often pay off like debts that they had which required £1 with guineas instead, because the face value was notionally £1. So they knew that its actual value was higher. So they were sort of making a show of, oh, I don't even care that I've actually given you too much. How many shillings are in £1? Right, I should clarify here that Britain has undergone decimalisation, and today there's 100 pence to the pound, and shillings are no more. The old system, decimalisation was fairly recent, incidentally. I think it was in like the 1970s. I could double check. Before then, the old system, going back a long way, was that there were 12 pennies in a shilling, and there were 20 shillings in a pound, which meant there were 240 pence to the pound. Now, that might sound really strange, but what you have to remember is that 240 is a highly composite number. That means it divides really nicely into lots of figures. You can divide it by 2, you can divide it by 3, you can divide it by 4, you can divide it by 5, you can divide it by 6. It won't go into 7, it will go into 8. Will it go into 9? I don't think it will. but it will go into 10. Won't go into 11, but it will go into 12. You get the idea. Like, it's actually kind of useful to have a division of currency where you can split it lots of different ways exactly. So that was the system for a very long time. Oh goodness me, Pikachu! Thank you for the watch streak. It's lovely to see you, Pikachu. I hope you're well. Good morning, Pikachu. Oh my goodness, it's Raina. How are you? Oh, thank you for giving Raina a shout out. I do appreciate it. Back in the day, it was ridiculous. I don't think it was ridiculous. It's just different to what we're used to today. Right, what am I going to do with this? So I got an ink bottle, but it's empty notionally, and I got a book. The person that was going to try and what was the gnome? Hang on. Okay. Let me save quickly. Then we'll go back, and I'm sure I'm going to get caught by these gnomes again. But at least let me figure out which one is going to, like, try and identify if I'm human or not next, so I know what I am trying to defeat. Relaxing and listening to you. Very calming. Oh, goodness me. I don't know about that, but it's nice of you to say. This is a good, that is a good point about 240. I guess a similar reason explains why we kept 360 as a full number of degrees. Yes, exactly. You also had farthings, quarter penny, half penny, or halfpenny, florin, 2 shillings, half crown was 2 shillings and 6 pence, whatever that is. Oh, sorry, you were confused by the D, I assume you mean. Yeah, so that's another interesting thing. The old pence was denoted by D, not P. And that actually goes back to Roman times. It was, at least so the story goes, it's because the Romans had denarii. And apparently the penny ended up being in some way, shape or form the descendant of the denarii, and so they kept on using D. S is just shilling. It divides exceptionally conveniently, and apparently I can't spell. I assume from My Fair Lady that a brass farthing was the smallest valued coin for a while. Farthing is the smallest valued coin I'm aware of. You're right about there were a bunch of other ones, like you said, like half crowns and crowns and so on. I mean, and florin. I understand that those ones, though, were no different to today, how we have like 1 pence, 2 pence, 5 pence, 10 pence, 20 pence, etc. It's just that they ended up naming them after... They ended up giving them unique names, which were usually to do something either about the design that was on them or where they were made or something like that. Like how the guinea ended up being called the guinea because the gold they were using was sourced from... did they say New Guinea? No. The Guinea region in West Africa. Because they were sourcing it from Guinea. And so, and to be honest, that's not that strange, because I know that in America, for example, they'll talk about, like, oh, what will they call them? Like, because I'm not American, I don't know the names off the top of my head, but I know you have a load of colloquial terms for your currency that make no sense to foreigners. Like, sometimes you'll name your currency after, like, the president whose face is on it, but then there's other ones, isn't there? I love that musical. Oh, my brain's not braining. Benjamins? That makes sense. We have names for our coins too. If we say 2 dimes, yeah, like a dime. I have no idea what a dime is. That's not a unit of currency. It's just 2 times 10 cents. Yeah, right. That is exactly it, and that's what's going on when they talk about crowns and they talk about florins. Like, I off the top of my head, I don't know what they are. I think if what Georgius said above is correct, that half a crown was 2 shillings 6 pence, which is entirely plausible, that would make sense, then that would make a crown 5 shillings. Which actually would make it equivalent to an American quarter. A crown would be a quarter, because it would be, because there's 20 shillings to the pound, and so 5 would be a quarter. Benjamin is the only reference that I can think of. Oh, is it? My mistake then. Iraq equals 1,000. Interesting. Bucks, bread, dough. Band equals 1,000. I always wondered why K. Oh, it's in kilo. A dime is what it's called. 10 cents. That is slang that I have to Google though. 2 bits is 25 cents too. Is it? But you can't have one. You don't have a half cent, do you? So you couldn't have one bit. 2 bits, 4 bits, 6 bits, $1. I see.
Alexander hears
No,
someone
which is
coming.
Blimey. Which is why I.
5 fierce guards of the Isle we be. Watch for a foreign
Which is why I
man
take issue with those individuals. Half a cent? I don't know where that came from, and it isn't used to describe currency anymore. Drop a penny?
Then man it dies. Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
It's ears next, isn't it?
Tom Troll I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore.
In colonial America, they used pieces of 8. Spanish dollars were apparently cut into 8 pieces.
Listen, hark you, broken oar. Do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Wait, the person that's about to investigate us is also doing the same thing. They are they are also saying the song.
Alexander holds the item out for the gnome with the immense ears.
My ears can hear nothing so clear as the sound of a man standing here.
Oh dear.
A man, so say our ears. We shall send him to his beer.
Oh no, off to my beer. However, we do have lots of silly terms for money. For instance, a grand is $1,000. However, that's all slang. We actually also refer to a grand as £1,000.
Too far out into the sea for him to get his footing. The
Oh, is this old when I found out what a piece of 8 actually was? How can he tell you're a man by the way you're standing? Well, he's listening to me. So the concept here is each of these gnomes has one sense, which is massively exaggerated. And so one of them was sniffing me with his jumbo nose, and I managed to fool him with a very odorous flower. Now I need to find a way to fool the one that has giant ears. And I don't think I have an item to do that yet. I guess I need something that's noisy. I have a magic map, a book, a feather, the flower, a lucky rabbit's paw, a sentence.
Alexander is carrying, oddly enough, a sentence. It says, "Where are you going?"
and a bottle, and what appears to be an empty bottle of ink. But I do know every time I examine it, it says it appears to be empty, which kind of implies it isn't.
Alexander's carrying a little ink bottle. It appears to be empty.
Hello, Detective Magnotta. It's a pleasure to see you. Or a pleasure to meet you, even, I should say. How are you today? Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. That he does. Hang on. I just had an idea. I don't know if this is going to do any good, but it's an idea. Could I pick up some of that bubbling water using the bottle? The bubbling water that was on the Isle of the Beast.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Humans are a species in the kingdom, so they do know what they are looking, smelling, etc. for. Welcome in, Detective. On the island of Wonder Puzzles. Well, I'm honestly a bit stuck. This is my inventory so far, and I'm stuck. The only island... So the island of the Crown, I feel like I've explored everything on. It's always possible there's something I've missed, but like I seem to have gone to every location I can go to. And then on all the other islands I'm stuck. On the Isle of the Beast I'm stuck by this bubbling pool of water. I do note there appears to be a lamp there, but I don't have a way to get to it.
An old abandoned hunter's lamp is hanging on one of the trees. Alexander wonders who might have hunted in these dense woods.
I do hope there's a genie inside, but you never know. What else? What else? There's... On the Isle of Wonder, I'm stuck with the gnomes. They're the people I can't seem to get past. And on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain, I don't even know how to get past the first puzzle. Maybe Alexander is a heavy breather. Well, you have 3 of the items you need for the Wonder Puzzle. Do I? Oh, read me some facts. Okay, in a second.
That would have no effect on the boiling pond.
Hold on, let me think about it. So it's going to be sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste. I know that the flower does the smell. So what other 2 of the remaining 4 can I get past? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe feather to get past touch? Maybe? Let's take a break. 5-minute cooldown. Why must you do this, Tato? Want a poke? Yep, sure. We'll read a bit of the encyclopedia. What was I thinking? Since we have a few more people here now, just so you're aware, this stream is going to be bookended with King's Quest, but we're going to do shortly we're going to do some split fiction with Pikachu. Which is a co-op puzzle game that we just started last Friday. So like I say, in about 10 minutes time we're going to start doing that. And then that'll probably be for, I don't know, about 2 hours I think. Is that right, Pikachu? And then we'll get back to King's Quest. You've touched, sight and smell. Touch, sight and smell. Sight... Probably either the sentence or the book, if I had to guess. Yeah, sorry to interrupt the puzzling. Sorry, I was doing the encyclopedia, wasn't I? So, we've discussed the Ring of Fire. We've discussed reading the rocks. The Mohs scale of hardness we've done. Where's all the water? That appears to be where we are. Where's all the water? Viewed from space, Earth appears to be a blue planet. That's because the ocean covers such a high percentage of the surface. This infographic shows what it would look like if all the water on Earth was stripped from the surface. The blue water droplets, which represent all the water on Earth, are shown to scale. Well, you can't see that, can you? But planet Earth, 1 trillion kilometers cubed. That's its volume. I would be very surprised if the Earth's volume actually worked out that precisely to exactly 1 trillion. So they must be rounding. All water on Earth, 1.4 billion kilometers cubed. And like I say, you can't see the picture, but they've got like a sphere of water that's like hovering over a completely a planet Earth that is completely desiccated. There's no water on it. What am I looking at here? Which landmass is that? So I'm trying to locate this so I can get give you some sort of area of the size of it. Is that the Mediterranean? That would mean this is over Africa. I mean, it's a sphere of water that is about the size of like a country. I know that is incredibly vague because some countries are huge, like Canada, and some like Cuba aren't so large. But you know, that should give you a vague idea of the scale. And then all freshwater, 35 million kilometers cubed. And yeah, that's a much smaller little oh, that is the Mediterranean because I can see Italy. Yeah, it's so imagine like the length of Italy from like the top of the boot to the bottom of the boot. Now imagine turning spinning that around to make a circle. Now imagine it as a sphere. That's about the size of all the water on Earth. Whereas all the fresh water, that's much smaller. That's like which is the island that notionally like the boot of Italy is kicking? Is that Sicily? I could be wrong, but like all the fresh water on Earth is about the size of that if you were to spin it around to make a circle. So there we go. Yeah, the Cliffs of Logic are the copyright for the game, so you'll need the manual for those. Oh, I do have that. Hold on. Let me go find that. Oh, I bet you're not displaying. There we go. Figured that out. So here we go. Here's the manual. Isle of the Sacred Mountain. The Ancient Ones. The first challenge, only those pure of heart will be able to rise to Cliffs of Logic. The third challenge, the Stones of Stealth are associated with this riddle, etc. Is this actually what I'm looking for, or has this, like... I notice it only gives me, like, the first challenge, the third, the fifth, and so on. Like, it doesn't seem to have any even-numbered challenges, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to apply. Only those pure of heart will be able to rise to Cliffs of Logic. Pretty much. That is it then. Okay. The following translations from the Cliffs of Logic scroll may help the reader understand the mystique that surrounds this artifact. I think that artifact is referring to the Cliffs of Logic. In fact, why don't I read the whole thing since it's not that long. One of the most intriguing artifacts left by the Ancient Ones are the Logic Cliffs. The cliffs are so named from a series of riddles written on the face of the cliffs leading from the beach of the Isle of the Sacred Mountain to the Winged One city. Chiseled painstakingly into solid rock, the viewer must question what purpose the words serve. From the ancient scroll that references the cliffs, it can be determined that the riddles on the cliff were part of an elaborate mechanism designed to protect those who dwelt at the top of the cliffs from undesirables that might arrive from the sea below. The mechanism may have served as some sort of calling device designed to alert those at the top of the cliffs that a brother required admittance, or perhaps led to secret chambers within the rock itself. Whatever the cliff's purpose was, it was obviously built to admit only those indoctrinated into the secrets of the Ancient One's culture, and for that reason is, alas, as yet unsolved by those who live today. The following wait. So are you suggesting that if Alexander did this, if Alexander managed to solve these puzzles, he would be unique among people alive today, that no one else was capable of it, including the Winged Ones? The following translations from the Cliffs of Logic scroll may help the reader understand the mystique that surrounds this artifact. The first challenge: only those pure of heart will be able to rise the Cliffs of Logic. Notice that rise is capitalized for some reason. The third challenge: the stones of stealth are associated with this riddle. 4 men standing in a row. Third from left and down you go. The rest in order move you on. The youngest the eldest and the second son. The fifth challenge: only those of the highest order may ascend the Cliffs of Logic. Just a short break, then back to King's Quest 6. Oh! Pikachu is sending a request to collaborate, accept. So I guess we will be starting Split Fiction shortly, and then, as she said, we'll be back to King's Quest afterwards.
Alexander.
Part of the problem is I don't even yet know what a solution to one of these puzzles would be. Like, what am I actually mechanically supposed to be doing? Am I combining an item with the inscription?
Using that on the cliff. Alexander opens the bargain book and reads a paragraph at random.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
Phew, what an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
Knock knock. I bet we can use that book to put the oyster to sleep.
Alexander.
So I'll head over to the Isle of Wonder, we'll save, and then we'll swap over to Split Fiction. Right. How do I save? Save. Rightio. Right, we'll go on break quickly, and I will set everything up for Split Fiction. So, see you all in about 3 minutes.
Alexander doesn't need to carry around the dead weight of a rock.
Rightio. I think we're ready to continue. How are you, Nero?
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackerels, albeit small fine mackerels, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard. Yields a gilded minnow of precise measurements, 2,069 centidrills
Aye,
by
not too bad, sir.
3,023 6/7 pounds.
How are you doing
not punts,
today?
as might be expected.
Not
This
brilliant.
is not to say, however,
Mental
in
health
any
stuff,
sense
but
whatsoever, that
physically I'm fine.
deviations in
Thank you
mean
for asking.
temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the conclusions uncovered in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
I just realised I'd better end the shared chat.
The poor little oyster falls into an uneasy sleep, though it's clear he is still not resting easy. Alexander decides to leave him to his nap.
I wonder if that was a good idea or not. Because I got them asleep. I take it I'm not supposed to grab the pearl while they're asleep.
Alexander doesn't want to wake up the sleeping oyster.
Physically I'm fit and mentally healthy. Therapies are going pretty well, I must say. Oh, that's wonderful news. That is good news.
Alexander pulls... Alexander... There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates, and we had the other thing about being able to rise if
The
you're
rock
pure of
has
heart.
been etched by some unknown hand. One may need to read about the Logic Cliffs in the guidebook to the Land of the Green Isles in order to understand this mystical inscription.
Yeah, but we have looked at it, and it honestly wasn't that much help. The first challenge, only those pure of heart will be able to rise the cliffs of logic. The third challenge, the stones of stealth are associated with this riddle. 4 men standing in a row, third from left, and down you go. The rest in order move you on. The youngest, the oldest, and second son. The fifth challenge, only those of the highest order may ascend the cliffs of logic. Oh, I get
There's nothing
it.
of interest there.
Sort of.
There appears to be something...
I think this is a general inscription. It's like telling me, in general, you will be able to rise if you get the inscriptions right. The challenge right now, therefore, is to show that I'm pure of heart. How would I do that?
Alexander... Alexander...
Hang on, I just had an idea. That would take me to a different island.
Alexander... Alexander...
We got that oyster to fall asleep. I wonder if now I apply the feather. Wait, are you awake again?
One of the oysters is... In the oyster...
Okay, okay. Let's put them to sleep again.
Would you like me to...
Hey, no!
Alexander doesn't want to...
Yields a...
Sorry, I'm just skipping past the dialogue since we've heard it before. So I'm wondering if using the feather we can make them sneeze. And then from there we can get the
poor
pearl.
little oyster falls into an uneasy sleep, though it's clear he is still not resting easy. Alexander decides to leave him to his nap. The oyster would not appreciate being tickled awake.
Oh. I don't know then.
Alexander doesn't...
It does feel like this is the first stage of a multi-stage solution. Ooh, does anyone in chat have any suggestions for what to try next?
Alexander...
In general, not necessarily with the oyster, although if I can progress with the oyster, that's great.
Alexander...
But more generally, like where I should be going, what I should be trying to do, because I'm a little bit stuck.
The village buildings are made of rough sandstone stucco. This one has a shop on the street level and a private dwelling up above. Steps lead up to the shop door.
Never did work out what I could do over here, did I? Because there's that poor girl that's not being treated very well by her stepmother, isn't there?
There's a battered wicker chest in front of a shop. The battered chest does not interest Alexander. It's probably full of plain earthenware.
I've returned. I have Alexander as well. Yep, unfortunately we couldn't get the split fiction. Apparently EA servers are having problem today, so I wasn't able to. Pikachu and I weren't able to play any split fiction, which is a shame. But yeah, so we're just carrying on with King's Quest VI. I'm a bit stuck. I don't suppose you have any ideas. This is my inventory so far. There's just a lot. The sort of thing it would be nice to know is where should I be putting my attention next? Like, because it's a big old world. The Green Isles.
Alexander...
The world of the Green Isles. And I don't really know where I'm... where I should be... focusing right now.
Alexander...
I just had an idea. We had to demonstrate that we were pure of heart to like solve the first puzzle here, didn't we? Maybe trading in our family ring for the magic map in order to help the princess is a demonstration that we are pure of heart.
Using that on the... That has no effect. That...
No.
The cliffs ignore Alexander.
We're back to the old problem of I don't even know how I would submit a solution to this puzzle. Like, I'm supposed to say I'm pure of heart, I believe, according to the manual. How? Like, what would a solution even look
The
like?
ocean is not as calm as it appears. Underwater currents tug at Alexander's legs.
I'll say this, you haven't been meticulous enough in your search. You're facing a bit of a pixel hunting puzzle. Right, okay, I'm with you. Could I have slightly more of a hint, just in terms of, like... Because, I mean, with the hint you've just given me, that's fantastic, but that's going to lead to me searching every single screen in the game, looking for anything I've missed. Could you narrow down the location? Maybe not to a single scene, but just, you know, like an aisle? Actually, now that I'm seeing your inventory, I think you're facing 2 pixel hunting puzzles.
Alexander feels broken pieces of Alexander. Alexander has no... A large round pot is one of the... Alexander is standing on a sunny village. Alexander sees nothing particularly.
At least one of the items is definitely visible on screen. Just look and I'll touch each main thing. Oh, right now? I've already searched in the pot, incidentally. Oh, it was that pot, was it? No, it was that pot.
Alexander sorts through magic exploding gun. There's no...
Oh, not on this screen specifically. Okay.
The woman seems preoccupied with her chores and doesn't notice Alexander.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
The stuffed bear probably has stuffed fleas. Alexander decides to keep his distance. The pawn shop is a dimly lit place. The pawn shop...
I mean, I know there's all the items down there. I guess I could look again.
The pawn shop's counter is made of a sturdy...
How fare you, good merchant?
A man my age can only thank the heavens for continued strength, young sire.
Is he that old? Okay, the game's not letting me...
Alexander takes a closer
Oh, I
look
can.
at the items on the counter.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale. She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine, barely distinguishable from the real thing.
If you didn't notice already, this room is full of series-related Easter eggs. Oh, I didn't.
The flute is only made of plain wood, but its notes are fine and true. Ah, yes, the painter's brush. It was well used by one of the island's best painters. There's a lot of creativity in that brush, and its bristles are still in good condition. Have you an interest in tinder boxes? This one is only slightly battered. It holds a good supply of flint, a sturdy striking pad, and even a candle in case you find yourself with naught else to hold the flame.
I don't think any of that's going to help. I could be wrong.
A few well-aged barrels probably hold assorted smaller goods and perishables.
When you say Easter eggs, is that like supposed to be the armor from the first game when you enter the castle? Those wings might be the wings of those creatures from the 4th game, was it? At the Evil Witch's castle. I think we've seen it. The fortune teller had a crystal ball in the 5th game. Are those the sort of things you're thinking of? Look at the shelves in the background.
The back wall of the shop holds various odds and ends. For example, a hull hole detector for finding those hard-to-spot holes in small sailboats.
Uh-huh.
Cat cookie mix. Play tricks on your friends, the box says.
You're right, there's a lot of Easter eggs here.
A golden bridle finder for finding those nearly invisible golden bridles. There's
Interesting, I don't think I've been down there.
the cargo bay is unlikely to hold anything of interest
Okay.
or have a very pleasant smell after months of dry docking. Alexander decides not to descend into the dark hole. A good-sized hole in the boat's hull indicates that it's not fit for the sea. Alexander wonders if the hole was the reason the boat was dry docked, or if the tear was caused by the dry docking.
I was wondering the same thing.
The battered old sail doesn't look like it's ever going to catch. What would Alexander do with that huge sheet of canvas? Alexander.
It's nice that Alexander has the prescience not to go into the boat hold, but instead to pick up a random putrid flower. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that if it's a particularly odorous storage, a particularly odorous hold in the ship, then presumably there's something down there causing the odor, and that he could have used that instead.
Alexander. Alexander is standing at the edge. Alexander, tall, narrow. This heavily forested. Alexander, tall, Alexander.
No! Well, that's unfortunate.
And soon realizes a deep sympathy for soup vegetables as he learns the true meaning of being in a stew.
Oh.
Tickets only. Next.
It looks like Alex. Large craggy boulders lie in the... Alexander doesn't need to carry around the dead weight of a rock. A group of small boulders are pleasantly arranged near the oyster beds. Alexander doesn't need...
What could I be missing?
Alexander... Alexander feels... A small bell attached to the shop door announces the arrival of patrons.
Did I just steal the bell?
Alexander can enter the building by you.
Okay, no.
A pair of red pants has been hung out to dry in the warm glow of the sun. Alexander can't reach those pants. Besides, they probably wouldn't fit him, nor go with his green tunic.
It's stuff like the bell you should be examining.
A wooden door leads a small bell attached. Alexander doesn't want to take the shop's doorbell.
Doesn't he? You sure?
The village buildings are made of... The village... A small round pot is one of the potter... Alexander is not in the... Alexander... The bookshop sign is... Alexander...
Now, what can I do for you?
There's a book entitled The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages on the small table in the reading area. It appears that some regular customer likes that book. Alexander feels his pockets carefully to make sure he... Alexander rests his feet for a moment. Alexander picks up and leafs idly through a book called
I just
The
think a
Changing
message has
Role
been
of
left.
Court Entertainers Through the Ages. Well, that was refreshing.
Oh, okay. No.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. A plaque bearing a merchant crest hangs over the doorway. A collection of assorted travelogues and a wooden chandelier with small red candles is suspended from the ceiling. Alexander doesn't need the book. An antique leather-bound book is displayed on a little stand on the counter. On the elaborate cover is the title, Ye Useful Book of Magic Spells.
Oh, yes?
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had. Poofed himself into an aardvark in the end. Or
What?
so I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself. But then I lead a boring life. I tell you what, if you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spell book for it.
That's interesting. I'm going to make a note about that. Just checking through my notes to see if I already have a page of stuff I haven't solved yet. Doesn't look like it. Okay. There you go. You're discovering new things. Yeah, I don't like this though. I don't like how hard it is to find the stuff you need. This actually goes back to something I was saying, I've said several times now on stream. The earlier King's Quest games actually had an advantage in how simple the graphics were, because when objects of interest were on screen, it was very easy to see them. Because the background was so simple. There were so few colours and they weren't... the artists tended to just have things be one solid colour or a fairly simple pattern. They weren't going for really detailed artwork, and so items of interest stood out. But when you have art that's this detailed, it doesn't work. Like, it really... Discovering that was not easy, and I don't think it's fun either. I don't think it improves the game.
A collection of children's books fill those shelves. Alexander is a little old for those children's books.
Still, I'll keep looking.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
hang on, we already established there was nothing in here, didn't we? Other than the stuff that you can trade for.
Alexander doesn't want to intrude on private property unless he's been invited.
Oh, he's not been invited yet. Fair to see, that book on the counter is really blended from the scene. Other things are modesting.
Come on in. How goes it, Alexander?
Several oil lamps are strategically placed around the boat's cabin to eliminate the island's dark nights. Alexander doesn't want to take the ferryman's lamps. He obviously has little enough to offer him comfort. A cabinet with a dry sink lines one wall of the cabin. Alexander is sitting inside the ferry bin. The ferryman's bunk looks hard and uncomfortable. No wonder he can be so cranky.
You didn't seem that cranky.
Alexander is sitting in. There's nothing. A black pot-bellied stove in the corner provides warmth from the cool tropical nights and a means for cooking. Alexander is sitting.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Isle of the Beast is pretty, but unfortunately, you can't get very far onto the island.
Don't think there's anything more here.
Thanks again for your hospitality.
You're always welcome, Alexander. Come back anytime.
An old canvas bag full of sand hangs off the side of the boat. It was most likely used as a bumper when docking the boat against the pier, but it's rather pointless now.
Did they actually used to do that? Is that a thing? I'd have thought if you had a bag of sand and it got bumped hard, it would press into the object on the other side like stone.
Alexander wouldn't know what to do with the old bag of sand.
Hold on. I'm moving on to the next song. For reference, what is it? Right. Let's go for the next one. I think it should be loading the next one. There we go.
The house is made of stucco in an architectural style native to the island. It is apparently quite old since climbing vines embrace its exterior. Alexander is standing on a dirt street. There's a battered wicker chest in front of...
Looked like there might have been something on top of the battered wicker chest, but we've already checked the wicker chest itself.
A hollow in the trunk of the old tree forms a perfect nesting place for wildlife.
Generally, it's not a good idea to stick your hand into holes like that, but...
Alexander examines the tree's hollow, but finds nothing of interest.
Okay, fair enough.
The castle appears to be of Moorish architecture.
Moorish?
Its marbled walls and
That is
delicate
interesting.
mosaics are unlike anything Alexander has ever experienced before. His own home, though lovely and dear to his heart, seems rough-hewn compared to this delicate beauty. The path from the crossroads continues north to the castle doors. A branch of the path leads off to the northwest, as though going around the castle. Vines have begun to climb the castle stucco walls. Alexander searches for a way to reach the black-haired girl whose memory will not escape him.
So that is what we're trying to do here. I thought it probably was, but I wasn't sure.
That way is blocked by heavy foliage. The narrow path
could I have a bit more of a hint, please? Just a general location I should be looking at.
rocks abound on this lush volcanic isle.
Oh, it's a volcanic isle. I don't think that had been established before. That's very interesting. And suggests, I mean, if it's a volcanic isle, that strongly suggests that the volcanoes are still active.
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard.
Could that be the princess's nightingale that went missing? You can make some progress without leaving the Isle of the Crown. Okay.
Alexander
Thank
can't reach the bird, and she doesn't seem interested in coming to a stranger.
I guess I need the artificial nightingale. What I would trade for it, I don't
A
know.
wood
Good day.
The counter feels as smooth as stone. Alexander takes a closer look at the items on the counter.
I'm interested in that mechanical nightingale on the counter.
What do you desire to give me in trade? The items on the front counter are all of equally slight value, worth only a copper or two. They are handy items nonetheless.
Lucky rabbit's foot?
Would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
A rabbit's foot. I do not believe I could use that.
They actually recorded special dialogue just for the rabbit's foot.
If Alexander wants to exchange one of his possessions for an item in the pawn shop, he'll have to arrange it with the pawn shop owner first by showing him the object for trade.
That's what I was trying to do.
The pawn shop...
Would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
A sentence? I wouldn't have any idea what to do with that.
They've put dialogue together for each possible thing.
Would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
A feather? I think not, Prince Alex, but it is a very nice feather.
I found this bottle in the pot outside.
That would make sense, since that is where I dumped it.
That's a very good point, which I didn't. Oops.
Alexander
take into
opens
account.
the bargain book.
2 dulcimers.
Phew.
Hey Beamer, lovely to see you. At work, so I can't stay, but I just want to drop by and say hi. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Let me give you a shout out. There we go. Good day. Beamer, a Canadian train conductor, embarks on a grand gaming journey aiming to play every game ever made. Their recent adventures include Persona 5 Royale, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, and Hotline Miami 2. A lover of art and all things anime, Beamer's stream is a welcoming space for all. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you. If you're still there, just out of curiosity, did you manage to finish Hotline Miami in the end? Hotline Miami 2, I should say. Or are you still, still making your way through it?
Alexander is standing on a...
if I can still make progress on the Isle of the Crown, then as Everett rightly points out, I'm clearly missing something. There is clearly something I can interact with usefully that I don't yet know I can interact with. I don't think any of those items are going to help. I could be wrong. I'm just looking around for, like, objects that are on display which I could conceivably have missed, but I'm just not seeing them. I guess I could try. I assumed that speaking to these guards again after what we had seen before was going to be a terrible idea. You know, after we were basically told to leave the island immediately or else. I mean, they didn't quite phrase it like that. They phrased it in a more pleasant way, but that was essentially what they were saying. I was assuming speaking to the guards again would be a bad idea, but you never know. They might throw me in a dungeon and then I'm able to get a useful item or something.
Please, if you'll only be reasonable. I really must see the princess.
Begone! You're not welcome at the castle, Prince Alexander of Daventry. We have our orders, and they are quite clear.
Alexander is standing on a beach littered with debris from his shipwreck. A path leads north into the lush green island. An occasional breeze rustles the nearby foliage. The ocean appears...
Oh, I've just noticed it's time for another ad break. I will probably continue to just wander around thinking about things I could interact with, but I will try to refrain from doing anything during the ad break itself. So we'll be, for those that don't have ads, I'll still be here to speak to. Actually, I just realised something. Hold on. Yeah, I did. I forgot to bring my protein shake up. I'll grab my protein shake, then I'll be here for anyone that's not experiencing ads to speak with, and for anyone that returns early. And then in about 3 minutes' time, we'll continue with the game. Right, be right back. Rightio, I am back. Right, where were we? What can I do? As I say, I'll try not to actually interact with anything. I'll look at things.
Alexander is standing at...
to see if they are actually something I can interact with, but I'll try not to interact with anything till we're back from the ad break, but what can I do?
Alexander is standing. Alexander... Wooden shutters frame the...
I could interact with the wooden shutters,
Alexander is... Wooden shut... The village building...
Well, if I can also interact with those wooden shutters, that suggests it's nothing.
The village buildings are made of rough... Odd gourd-shaped jugs rest sheltered by the shade.
That could be useful, in theory.
The gate is closed. The windows of the stucco house have neither glass nor curtains, allowing full entry to the warm sea breeze.
Interesting.
An old canvas bed, a worn wooden... The battered old sail doesn't look like it's ever going to catch its second wind. A long loose rope from the sails drags in the sea. It's
Ah,
partially rotted from long neglect.
that could be useful. That's the first thing we've seen in a while that might actually be useful.
The boat has been dry docked upon an old, a worn, a small. Alexander is standing. The boat has been.
Oh, welcome back from the adverts, everybody. Let me start the music in. I don't usually stop the music for the ad break, but this one sounded interesting, and I didn't want to deprive those that have an ad break of listening to it. Then again, you might hate it. I don't know.
Alexander would have no use for that rotting rope.
Okay, the rope's nothing then.
Rocks. Alexander is standing at the island. Alexander.
Oh my goodness, Everett has got me
The waters in
absolutely...
this cove appear calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface, which indicates an undertow.
Everett has got me scratching my head. So there's supposedly items that are out in the open that I can interact with that I have just not realised I can interact with. And I look and I look and I look and I can't find them.
Alexander has no need to...
I may need to... I may need to look up a hint soon. I can't keep struggling like this. It's not fair on you, the viewer. I'll give it 5 more minutes. If I've made no progress in 5 minutes, I'll start looking up hints.
Rocks abound on this. The castle appears to be of formal hedges and bushes provide dramatic landscape. There's a little hut just off formal hedges and formal.
What did Frosty have to say during the break? Can you leap to the correct conclusion? Name the sport in which Frenchman Eric Neve became a world champion in 1990. Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. Well, it said jump to the conclusion. That makes me think it is something related to jumping. So like high jump, long jump, show jumping. High jump? Eric Neve showcases equestrian excellence by becoming the world champion in show jumping in 1990. Ah, that's annoying. The pawn shop owner did say about those items were only worth a couple of copper coins. If I could find a couple of copper coins on the ground somewhere, that would do it. I haven't seen any though.
Alexander has no... Without a ship, Alexander has no wish to disturb the green plants. The ship is ruined. It has nothing further to offer Alexander.
Or rather, the narrator says that, but I feel like there would be stuff left behind on the ship that would be worthwhile. Like, it wasn't an empty ship when it crashed, I assume. There probably are still useful goods on board. Maybe if I could get that pearl from that oyster, the pawn shop owner would take it for the rest of those items. The only trouble is, I was told I could make more progress just on the Crown Island, so going to the Isle of Wonder presumably isn't necessary.
Alexander. The palm trees are the archway. Alexander. The battered chest does not. Alexander. There's no the bookshop, the palm, the archway, Alexander doesn't want
Look what I've been reduced to. Hey, Rainer. What's that? Emote? Raver. I'll tell you what, the music that the electronic music that's playing does not match very well the music that plays on this screen. You're dancing to Alexander. Oh, I'm with you, because I was
the palm trees. There's
doing that.
There's
just trying to find anything he can
Alexander need only
interact with.
To take the to Alex to take. There's the palm.
You probably, I mean, to state the obvious, you could sample that and turn it into a piece of music, I'm sure.
There's no.
Hold on, I'm changing this piece of music as well. The one that I'm playing. 2 years in a bucket, eh? Oh, 2 tears in a bucket, that makes more sense. Sort of.
There's no Alex that what would it that would Alex to take there's no Alex
no. Oh, what have I done? Alright, I'm looking up some hints online. I'm just stuck. It's the fact of the matter. Right, so it's always an awkward balance. I don't want to just get through the whole game by looking things up, but I also need to be making at least a degree of progress. It's no fun for you if I spend an hour getting nowhere, which is what's just happened. How do I get to Cosima? I'm looking up the different... On this website, I'm looking up the title of the different hints. How do I get to Cosima? That's the princess. How do I get back in the castle? I seem to remember something about getting a message to Cosima using a nightingale. I've forgotten the details. I'm guessing it's probably her nightingale out the front, and I'm guessing I need the mechanical nightingale to do that. So in my head, I have been doing some of the mental work to get towards seeing Cosima. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I have been thinking about it. How do I get off the island? Who is this boy on the pier? Where do I find a lamp for the peddler? The peddler's gone. Which lamp do I take from the peddler? Hang on, the peddler's gone. I'm not soft locked, am I? What can I give the pawn shop owner for a trade? Which item should I take from the pawn shop? How can I get the spell book? What does the Nightingale want? Let's go for how do I get back in the castle? When can I re-enter? You won't be able to until much later in the game. Okay, fair enough. That rules that out. How do I get off the island? We know that. Who's the boy on the pier? We know that. Where do I find a lamp for the peddler? Which lamp do I take from the peddler? Again, the peddler's gone. Wait until you, the player, not Alex, sees the bottle that you need. Tell me more. Have you found a drink me bottle on the Isle of Wonder? No. Okay. I won't examine that any further because that requires me to go to another island. How can I help the servant girl? That could be a good one. Until she comes close enough for Alex to talk to her, you can. Wait, again, am I soft locked? Because she's not appearing anymore. I should look this up. Are there soft locks in King's Quest VI? There is a very real chance that my game is just bogged. Because I didn't, like, interact with the right people at the right time. Yes, King's Quest VI can have soft locks where players can find themselves unable to progress due to actions taken early in the game. It's important to save frequently and explore thoroughly to avoid these situations. I don't suppose anyone in chat happens to know the game well enough to say if that is what's happened here. I'm going to get another hint for that one. She will help you solve another puzzle that will come later in the game. More information on this girl can be found in a later question. Okay, it's possible I haven't then. It's possible she reappears later. How can I... what can I give the pawn shop owner for a trade? Well, we've already got the map. But you can buy one of those items. Okay, tell me more. Have you been on the beach yet? Which beach? Is there a second beach I'm not aware of? Because they wouldn't be asking me if I've been on the beach if they were talking about the beach where we began the game. Because obviously I would have been. How do I get to the beach? Try moving one of the planks to see what's underneath it. Oh! Do they mean the beach at the start of the game? Oh, I'm gonna be so annoyed if that's the solution. Because I tried interacting with one of the planks and was just told, oh, I have no use for this debris.
The sand is... Alexander has...
Oh my
Alexander
goodness.
pushes the plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand.
So that was it.
Alexander takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
Oh, that is frustrating. So Everett was right. The problem was that there were objects on the screen that I hadn't interacted with. But it's so annoying because I'd interacted with some of the debris and told that that wasn't the solution. So I didn't bother interacting with the rest of it, which I know is my fault, but it's still frustrating. Oh man. I know.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Do I have any notes on that nightingale? I said earlier we'd been told something about the nightingale. I just want to know if I wrote it down, because it'd be nice to have some more details. No, it doesn't look like I did. I know the princess, Casimir, had a pet nightingale and that they were looking for it. That we established. Oh look, it says D on the coin. I was saying earlier about how in the old British penny was written down as D from the Roman denarii. I wonder if that's a coincidence or not. It led you down the wrong path. I mean, the game did.
Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
But if you could find a buyer for foreign currency, presumably they're going to pay more than its face value. If foreign currency only rarely comes into the Green Isles. They led you down the wrong path. I mean, the game did. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of that in these old adventure games. It's frustrating, but it's the way it is.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
Meaning, if I took the wrong item, I can come back. I am still worried about that peddler being gone though. Since there was an indicator that I'm supposed to trade with them later.
Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it on the ground.
The question is, what do I do once I get the nightingale's attention?
The mechanical nightingale sings a sweet, tinny tune. The real nightingale in the tree cocks her head and listens intently. The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously, as if she were deciding that this human might not be so bad.
Yay!
Hello, little nightingale. Of what do you sing?
The nightingale only looks at Alexander curiously and continues to sing.
Can I interact with them?
Although the nightingale seems interested in Alexander, she would never allow him close enough to grab her.
So what is the value?
Alexander whines. It plays its pleasant tinny tune. The living nightingale in the tree listens to the tune curiously.
What else could I try? The sentence?
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The little bird does not appear to be interested in that.
Not interested in sentences, okay. I could literally try every item.
Alexander the little...
Okay.
Alexander the nightingale seems to have a natural distaste for the rabbit's foot.
Why?
Alexander the little bird does not...
Okay, no luck. If I leave and come back, does the nightingale mistrust me again, or am I permanently more trusted by the nightingale? Looks like I'm permanently more trusted. Okay, that means I can go back to the pawn shop and trade items, and potentially get something else.
Good day.
The pawn shop...
Since I presumably won't need the mechanical nightingale again.
The pawn shop's counter is made of a sturdy... An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop. The dish is full of green mints offered for the enjoyment of the customer.
Oh, I'll take one.
Alexander takes a mint. The pawn...
Well then.
The small green mint looks very tasty.
We do know that the genie gets intoxicated when they drink mints. Drink mints? Eat mints. So that could be useful. The genie that's trying to kill us.
Alexander takes...
Have you an interest in tinderbox?
That's a tinderbox, I keep forgetting.
Might I trade for that flute on the counter?
Certainly. What do you wish to offer me in trade?
You can have the nightingale back.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex.
Maybe the
please,
flute is
choose
how I
something
fool
in
the gnome with the
exchange
big
for
ears.
Items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
And the mint for taste.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet.
I hope you can play
Feel
the
free to
flute.
trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
Right, can you play the flute? More or less.
Alexander plays a lovely little tune on the flute.
Right, let me think about this. Feather for tickling. What did... Sorry, someone in chat earlier, I believe it was... Detective Magnotta. Told me I had touch, sight and smell. I have sight already, do I? I don't know what that would be if not the sentence. But okay. Sight was the one that I didn't have an item in mind for how to solve. I don't want to call this too early, but I think there's a moderate chance I now have every item I need to get past the gnomes.
Alexander... Alexander...
Right, well, wish me luck.
Alexander hears someone coming.
Five fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man, said he, with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If mad it be, then mad it dies. Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
Wish me luck. Well, we know how to solve this one.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tom Trow I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed
not the
ashore.
sky.
A flower 'tis all, and nothing more. Listen, hark you, Grovenor, do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
The little Alexander plays the flute for the gnome with the huge
Let's hope
ears.
this works.
A flute, it's true, is a harmless thing, but the man who blows it, there's the sting.
A man
No.
our ears. We shall send him to his beer.
Maybe I needed the mechanical nightingale for this. But they actually, you've got to give the developers some credit here. They actually put a custom line of dialogue in just for that failure state.
Alexander.
The fact that they actually bothered to acknowledge the fact I was playing the flute, or even let me play the flute. Alright.
Good. The counter.
Let's swap
If
this back.
Alexander.
Would you mind
Of course. Alex.
that?
Very.
Thank you.
Alright, wish me luck again. Surely it's the mechanical nightingale, if not the flute. I mean, I need an item that makes a distinct sound. What else could it be?
Alexander. Alexander.
Okay, wish me luck again.
Alexander.
I'll skip past the first bit of dialogue.
I... Old...
Alexander.
Tom,
Here we go.
listen.
Please.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
Oh, he's dancing.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me.
Yes. Tongue.
Taste the rump that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
Get them in. Get them in.
Alexander holds the mint out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Grumflump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet.
Yes.
Dilly dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
Oh, I do hope I'm right about the feather.
Alexander holds the item out for the gnome with the massive hands.
Wait, what was his name? I missed it.
My
hands cannot be led astray. A man is here, that's plain as day.
No.
A man, so say our hands. We act at the wizard's command.
Yep, I ended up having to look up a hint online, but I did move the board. I didn't save, did I, when I swapped round to the Nightingale? No, I didn't. Because I didn't know if it was going to work or not.
Alexander.
Good day.
Would you mind
Of course,
Alex.
that?
very
Thank you.
Alexander. Alexander.
Right, let's save here. Oh. Right, what's it gonna be? Touch. We've already established that items sometimes get used twice. It could be the... The problem is, I held out the feather, and the gnome clearly must have just felt my hand. Oh, maybe it's the rabbit's foot. Maybe they'll think, oh, this is a rabbit in front of me. I'm thinking, like, how do I stop him, like, moving his hands up my arm and realising that I'm a man?
I've... Oh,
Alexander.
Tom Trow I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore.
Well, we've heard that before. Hold on.
Listen,
What are they gonna think when not one of them
Alexander.
can agree what's actually there? Like, all of them agree it's not a man, but every one of them has a different idea of what it is.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me.
taste the rump that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
Alexander holds the mint out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Grumflump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet.
Trilly-dilly,
Trilly-dilly.
use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
Please, rabbit's foot.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
Yes! One more to go.
Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Right, what do I use for sight? Is it the sentence? It must be, surely.
Alexander holds the item out for the gnome with the enormous eyes.
My eyes cannot distracted be. A man I see, and so say me.
No.
A man, so say our eyes. A man he be.
Ah, so close.
The gnomes. There's nothing. Alexander.
I've Old Tom.
Ah, it looks like oops. Looks like I probably could save the game midway through this puzzle.
Alexander.
To save us having to do it all from the beginning again.
Troy.
Listen.
Alexander.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me.
Taste Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
Alexander.
Grump knows a tasty treat.
Nearly there.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
Not that a rabbit and a hare are actually the same thing.
Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Book's my next guess.
Alexander holds the item out for the gnome with the enormous eyes.
My eyes cannot distracted be. A man.
That didn't work. I'm pretty sure I am notionally supposed, according to what I was told earlier, I do notionally have the item for dealing with sight. What could it be? I think it could be the ink.
Alex.
Oh, whoa, okay, sorry, I skipped past that because I wasn't expecting that. So I was right about it being invisible ink. It's just, it was even more effective than I thought it would be. Is it much more potent invisible ink than I had previously assumed.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
That wasn't very nice.
Alexander did it. He's fooled the guards.
Yes! That should give us free reign of the Isle of Wonder now. Well, I say free reign. How long will it be before we encounter something we can't get past? Okay. Are these spelling bees or something?
The tail end of this island is a riotous scramble of books, sand, and a spider's web. The tail end... Alexander is greeted with silence.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Okay.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean? You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride.
Uh-huh.
Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! The loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
Well then. I don't know what to do here.
A black widow is sitting in her web. She has long legs and an hourglass on her belly. She gives Alexander a knowing look.
Okay.
An intricately detailed spider's web has been spun between a pile of books and a small tree. There is no reply. Piles of stacked books, looking ready to topple at any moment, have been arranged haphazardly on the sandy ground.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, Bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all.
I do have a sentence, actually.
As an exception, you always should.
Who is this?
Don't
Okay.
mind oxymoron and diphthong.
I
They're
see.
fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
An idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Afraid not.
Ha! Then what good are you?
I can offer you a sentence, though.
That would serve no purpose.
Really?
There's no reason to use that on a... There's no...
Well, if I can give them something that they want, I will be able to get the book I need for the spell book.
Are you there, most venerable bookworm?
Do you have anything interesting yet?
A regular abnormality?
That's oxymoron.
Let me see what I have.
Oh, now I'm being offered the opportunity to offer the bookworm something.
I have a sentence. Would that do?
An incomplete one, I suppose.
Why, actually, it is incomplete.
Just as I suspected, incomplete sentences are a dime a dozen. Why, you can literally just find them floating about. Complete sentences. Ooh, now there's something that's hard to come by these days.
We're getting somewhere.
I see. Sorry.
Well, that was very interesting. Whoa, I wasn't expecting a poison swamp in King's Quest. Miyazaki had nothing to do with the development of this game.
Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit.
Okay. Well, don't mind if I do.
Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush.
Oh.
Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
That could be problematic.
A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming.
No. What's going on with that branch there?
A stick is stuck in the middle of the swamp.
Can it talk? Everything can talk here.
Alexander sees no point in trying to talk to that stick in the swamp.
Well, you say that.
The Isle of Wonder swamp oozes with muck, moss, and mud. Crickets and frogs sing an endless serenade, and the green filtered light adds to the sense of dampness here.
Alrighty. What is going on?
Unless Alexander is mistaken, those plants must be baby's tears. Vines of sweet ripening tomatoes climb up little wooden posts. A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path. The wallflowers look terribly shy.
I'm sure they do.
There appears to be a hole in the garden wall. Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard.
Okay.
Wow, it really is a hole in the wall. Sounds. Those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir.
Okay.
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Goo-goo-gaga.
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
Okay.
Good day, snapdragons.
The snapdragons don't seem inclined to communicate with anyone.
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on.
A red chess knight stands at the top of the marble steps. A noble white chess knight stands at the top of the marble stairs.
Excuse me, what land lies beyond?
What land? Chessboard land, you knave.
I see. And is Chessboard Land part of the land of the Green Isles?
It is the home of the red and white queens,
Ah.
rulers of the Isle of Wonder, fairest of the islands that owe loyalty to the king of the land of the Green Isles.
That explains
But
it.
perhaps not for long.
The two vying
What do you
queens.
mean?
What is the purpose of unity with the great king and queen dead? The princess is worth serving, but the feud with the other isles is strong.
Are those pawns?
I
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send a lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too.
That doesn't count. The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind. I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
Not even mention it.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem. One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence.
Okay.
The lump of coal goes much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
Well, if we manage to stop the wedding, it won't matter.
Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
Okay, I think that counts as progress. What I am going to do with said scarf, I do not know. I take it I'm still not allowed down there. No.
Checkmate! Only chess pieces allowed in chessboard land.
I see.
That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
So we either have to impersonate a chess piece, get rid of the guards some other way, or perhaps we never need to go here. Perhaps the scarf was the only reason we came. I do note that those knights don't move like knights move in chess.
Those tomatoes are not quite ripe yet, and Alexander shouldn't pull them off the vine. Alexander doesn't want to pick the baby's tears. They may not be done growing. Alexander could climb the wall, but then again, there's a perfectly good gate. Zounds, those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir. Alexander decides to pick up the hole in the wall. A hole in the wall could be a very useful thing.
It could. That's what I was thinking. A portable hole?
Alexander startled the poor thing. It's run off to hide behind the wallflowers.
Not suboptimal.
The wallflowers, overcome with shyness at Alexander's approach, cluster together and cover the hole in the wall. Alexander can't get it.
Okay, how am I going to deal with that?
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
Offer them the scarf?
Would you ladies be at all interested in this?
The wallflowers shyly decline. Why would Alexander want to use that on the black feather? The feather feels Alexander doesn't need to do anything to the garden wall. A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path. Alexander approaches the snapdragons. Those unfriendly snapdragons don't want Alexander anywhere near them. Those snapdragons don't like Alexander getting so close.
Oh, what am I going to do about the wallflowers? I can't help but think the solution is going to be some sort of pun or something of that sort. I would assume. But I mean, in real life, a wallflower is just someone that I could be wrong, I believe it originally came from balls, where you would have, you know, people dancing and you'd approach someone and ask them to dance, and I think the wallflowers would be the people that just hang around on the walls, not asking anyone to dance, possibly not being asked to dance. What do I do with that knowledge? Like, how does that provide me with a solution to this problem?
Would you ladies be at all interested in this?
The wallflowers shyly decline.
Unless I find, like, a literally the word confidence on the ground to be picked up or something, I don't know. That looks like a face.
The fallen log has a good-sized knot or bump. That bump on the log does not look particularly conversational to Alexander. The bump on the log does not look...
Okay. If I could complete the sentence, I could... Wait, can I speak to the sentence?
The sentence seems to only have one thing to say. Where are you going?
Would you like some milk?
That won't do anything for the little oyster.
Okay.
That won't do any...
Oops.
A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming.
I can't help but think I'm supposed to do something with it though. But I'd need some sort of boat.
The swamp swampy bog sinks beneath Alexander's weight. He feels himself being sucked slowly but firmly down into the muck.
Time to leave. Too late.
As the marshy water fills Alexander's mouth, he thinks that although he'd always wanted to try a mud bath, this is hardly what he had in mind.
Oh well, hopefully I saved recently-ish.
Tickets.
Yeah, that's after I got the scarf, isn't it? Yep, so we haven't lost any progress.
Is that lettuce growing in the garden? It looks a little chilled. Why use that on the ice?
Oh, the iceberg lettuce.
Excuse me, lettuce.
The lettuce just gives Alexander the cold shoulder. Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
I could stick that in the hot water.
Alexander is carrying a full head of a queer-looking lettuce made of ice. The lettuce is rapidly melting.
Oh, I don't have long then. There was a frog there. It disappeared.
Alexander.
That's new.
There's an odd little creature dangling from that tree branch.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
Oh, very nice.
Odd-looking you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could
Why were you
speak.
speaking to me?
Not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
Alexander doesn't want to do anything to alter. Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you I do. Go I with you.
I did not understand that
Well,
they were
that was
consenting to be taken.
interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger.
Alright. Let's quickly get this iceberg lettuce in the water before it's too
Hoping
late.
to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable.
Yes! Progress. Looks like the game's starting to open up a bit.
Alexander decides to brave the steaming pond.
I'm pretty bad at puzzles.
Ow! Ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
I don't know, I like my baths pretty hot, or at least always used to. I'm pretty bad at puzzle solving, but watching someone else do it is always a nice time. Glad you're enjoying it. I can't say I'm particularly brilliant either.
Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree. Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp.
Wow.
The lamp is empty.
We know what we have to do here, don't we?
Alexander rubs the lamp, but nothing happens.
No! It's not a genie lamp.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Yeah, and I thought no one had been here for a very long time.
What I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
What is going on with your eyes? Something's wrong here. We were told that this whole that this island used to be visited very regularly, but then suddenly some sort of enchantment fell over it, and all the vegetation overnight literally just grew incredibly thick, and they heard noises of a terrible beast in the distance. This was the king and his men. And then they abandoned the island. They concluded that it was no longer safe to be there, and they couldn't...
Come on through, I say. I can show you a path through the forest.
They concluded that it was no longer safe to be there, and that... even if they didn't feel that way, they didn't have a way through all the thick vegetation that had grown. So why is there a person here? Hang on, the glowing eyes. You're the genie. That's who you are. You're trying to get me killed. So he's telling me that the stone statue won't hurt me, specifically because he wants me to get myself killed.
A stone archer sits atop the lintel of the gate like a silent guardian. His stone bow is tightly drawn and fitted with a single stone arrow.
If I could get him to waste the arrow, that would work.
One end of the creature resembles a miniature dragon, while the other looks like a possum. What a strange-looking fellow. The mechanical nightingale's hard tin body doesn't feel anything like a real bird's soft feathers.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering is, can I get it to, like, fire the arrow at the nightingale?
A stone archer would undoubtedly shoot Alexander long before he managed to climb up the wall to try that.
Well, that's the next puzzle then. How do I get past the stone
Look, there's no
archer?
point in hanging out here all day. I can show you the wondrous castle that lies in the middle of the island. Don't be so timid.
You are the genie. I'm not falling for that. Yeah, I don't see any items that I'm convinced... At the bottom, maybe.
The stone archer would undoubtedly...
No. The stone archer isn't going to shoot at the bottle.
You aren't going to listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
Because they were the genie. Alright, back we go to the Island of Wonders. Oh. Poor old Alexander.
Alexander.
Island of Wonders.
Alexander.
So I'm wondering if our friend would be interested in joining the bookworm.
Are you there, most venerable bookworm?
Do you have anything interesting yet?
Possibly.
A split infinitive.
Let me see what I have. I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
So who's this then?
I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
Oxymoron. Diphthong.
So, you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll have to give you something. Let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes, it was.
Sir. Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now.
I don't understand it, but I think that was some sort of joke.
This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's save. Because progress has been made. Oh, I just noticed we're overdue for an ad break. Okay, let's go for an ad break. Next thing we're going to do is head to the bookstore to trade in the book we've just received for the spell book. I might actually... Yeah, I'm going to be right back again. I should be back before the ad break is over for anybody that doesn't experience ads or comes back from the ads early. Otherwise, I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Oops. Oh, I'm back. Hey Tato, you actually caught me on an ad break. So I have... It's a very good question. When you say what's going on here, do you mean on the screen? Or just in the game in general? Because there's a number of interesting characters on the screen.
Oh, so there you are, handsome.
Such as the Black Widow.
What can I do for you now?
Or the Bookworm.
Alexander doesn't need anything more from Bookworm or his friends.
Oh, you missed the Bookworm then. Your avatar was frozen, the game was paused. Oh yeah, sorry, I quickly nipped off, but I'm back now. But yeah, this is a very interesting place we found. For example...
Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit. Sounds. Those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir.
So there's some examples. There's also this hole in the wall.
There appears to be a hole in the garden wall. Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard. Wow, it really is a hole in the wall. Sounds.
I did try and grab the wallflower, not the wallflower, the hole in the wall before, but it just hid behind the wallflowers. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Welcome back from the break, everyone. I was just showing Tato some of the sights.
Alexander is carrying a rare book from the Bookworm. The words in the binding are very faint. The something something riddle book.
Okay. Well, let's get that back to the bookstore owner. I do want that hole in the wall, but I... Hello, frog. Oh, I didn't get to speak with them.
Alexander pulled...
We never found where the gnomes live. Or any sign of them, really.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
What was I thinking?
Jello, how
Oh, you're
fare
back.
you? And what news have you from the castle?
Prince Alex, how I fare is close to boiling. Have you seen the wedding proclamations around the village? I've heard rumors of the wedding, of course, but I didn't want to believe it, and I never thought it would be so soon.
Cosima. Married. Oh, it is an unpleasant thing to swallow, friend. If only I knew Cosima wished it. Tell me about the Wazir, Jello.
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Caliph had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Cosima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
How are you, Tato, anyway?
I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage. That's his way.
Perhaps he has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And
Excellent
Cosima
news.
must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Cosima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for his words of love. I must return to the castle, Prince Alex, and you to your wanderings. May we both fare well.
Thank you. That was a good little update. Right, I have a rare book for you, my friend. Oh, that's what it says R on the front. I suppose they could argue it's for riddles as well, because it's a rare book.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days. I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic. Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spellcasting truly is.
Yes, we shall. Well, better save there. What's my score looking like? 61 out of 231, so I'm about a quarter of the way through the game.
Alexander is carrying a book from the bookshop. The cover says, Ye Old Spell Book.
Right, what spells does it have in it? Ahaha! Magic paint spell, 1 cup swamp ooze. I can probably get that. 1 river Styx water, or river Styx water. I can't get that. It has been suggested that we might be visiting the land of the dead at some point, but we haven't been there yet. 1 black horse feather. I have a black feather. Maybe it came from a horse. I don't know. I don't remember how I got the feather, to be honest. Add Styx water to swamp ooze in cup. Stir with horse feather. Apply to blank surface with artist brush. Oh, I know where the artist brush is. Speak incantation over painting to materialize. Incantation. Magic paint, black as ink. Bring to life what I think. Make it real, what I draw, according to this spoken law. Okay. Is that the only spell in here?
This is the first page.
Okay. No, we have more. Make rain spell. Few drops salt water from the sea. 1 vial sacred water. And falling water. I have none of those. First mix salt and sacred waters in a teapot. I don't have a teapot. Then add falling water. Speak an incantation over teapot to enchant. Heat to boiling to activate. Incantation. Clouds of thunder, shafts of light. Come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea. Brew a tempest now for me. Charming a creature of the night spell. 1 skull full of hot oak embers. A bit of sulphur, brimstone. 1 strand of pure-hearted maiden's hair. I have none of those things. Add hair and brimstone to skull of embers. In presence of creature, speak incantation over skull. Incantation, creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone, leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain, to do whate'er I now ordain. This looks very, this looks very promising for our future. There's some very interesting things that seem to be, yet to come. I do not think horses have feathers. Well, apparently some horses do.
This is the last page.
Oh, so it's only got 3 spells in it. That's alright. Maybe we're going to the World of the Dead next, since I don't have a cup yet, it has to be said. If I had a cup, I could certainly get the Swampoos. And I have a black feather. It's only the River Styx water I don't have. And I do have access to the brush as well. It seems, all of this seems to suggest like that's going to be the next spell I need.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign being on the wall before. He decides to take a closer look.
No, I don't remember that sign being there before.
It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice, announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul al-Hazred and Princess Kasima. For reasons of security,
Wedding
the
and
wedding
coronation.
will not be open to the public. Long live the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles."
Isn't that
Alexander
lovely?
feels his stomach turn at the thought of the dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Kasima will be another man's wife. Alexander feels his pocket. The archway is quite...
Yeah, I want you to take the poster.
Alexander takes another look. It's a proclamation.
Oh, okay. He can't. I don't think.
Alexander...
Or can he...
Alexander... It's a
Okay, he can't. Yeah, there's nothing he can do here other than look at the poster. Fair enough.
Looking at the serving girl reminds Alexander of the years he spent as a slave under the evil wizard Mananan. He wishes there was some way he could help her. She looks very shy and nervous as she tends her roses. The girl is too far away to...
Go help my daughter! She needs something to fix her hair!
Yes, stepmother.
Dear. Alright, what can we try next? I don't know. Kato! Hey,
A group
Pikachu.
of serving women approach the castle.
How did your stream go, Pikachu?
Hurry up, girls. There's plenty of work afoot today. No time to dawdle.
Yes, Sergeant Gruff.
Sergeant Gruff. Oh, can I not just slip in the back?
It's well that they're here, Wolf. Cook is about driven himself mad, I hear, worrying over the wedding preparations.
Aye, whoa! What a celebration there will be today! Wine will flow like a river of red!
Someone's looking for you today, Tato. The cops? No. Nero.
The narrow path ends abruptly.
That was Tato's reaction. Was there any important reason? Would you like some milk?
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The little bird does not appear to be interested in that.
I remember there are birds that will go for milk. Like back in the days when people had milk delivered. I understand that bottles that had foiled tops. I've forgotten what type of bird it was, but a fairly common type of bird would just fly down, peck a hole in the foil, and drink. What do I do with this?
There's no point in using it up.
They didn't say, but they were looking for you and wanted me to tell you so. And you told me so.
Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The lamp is empty.
Hold on, I'm going to look this up to make sure my game isn't soft-locked. King's Quest 6 Lamp Peddler is gone. Is that bad, or do they come back later? After trading lamps with Alexander, but we haven't traded lamps. Because I noticed when I was looking up hints earlier that trading with a lamp peddler is mentioned. Oh, someone seems to be making the exact in the exact same situation. The lamp seller, the peddler is back. Okay, good. So they do come back. That's good to know. Oh, what did I miss? I've completed my mission. You were missed by VZ, also Tato, and myself, of course. I'll be there next stream, don't worry. How did your stream go? Pikachu, how did your stream go? Alright, what can I do next? Like, genuinely, what am I doing next? I have this scarf. Hang on, could I use the scarf? Could I, like, turn the scarf into a rope? By, like, winding it up? Played some Lies of P and got to a new place. Ooh! That sounds exciting.
Why would Alexander... Why... There's no reason to use...
Platforming is not my favourite. Oh no. Not platforming. Got to a new place in Lies of P or IRL? I could show the old lamp to the pawn shop owner. They might be interested.
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
At least he's honest about it. Well, Genie.
The mint dish is empty. If Alexander wants to exchange one of it, if Alexander wants to exchange,
would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
I have too many lamps already, thanks.
Okay, that's no use.
Would you be interested in making a trade for this, merchant?
I think not. I do not have much call for that item these days.
How's your stream going? No internet issues? No, we've not had any internet issues. Progress has been very, very slow though. I have been struggling a bit. Thank you for asking though. He lies of I. Wait, what? What have we done? Huh. I don't think we're supposed to be able to do that. Huh. Well now, isn't that a party trick? We should probably go back to the ferry owner. It's possible there's something more to do there now.
Oh, it's you. Come on in. How goes it,
Still want a
Alexander?
custard pie. That does sound nice.
Would you be at all interested in this?
Nah, what need is a poor dry dock ferryman for that?
Would you be at all interested in this?
Nah, what?
Well, thanks again for your hospitality.
You're always welcome,
Still?
Alexander.
You wanted it
Come back
before?
anytime.
I think Pikachu's wanted a custard pie since I threw one at a Yeti in the previous game. So what's that, about a week? Do you have any decent bakeries locally where you could get yourself a freshly baked custard pie? I ordered a pizza a few hours ago. Since you bought it from the baker for 1 silver coin, I see. So I had a pizza. As American a pizza can get. Was it one of those? What is it? There's a well-known brand, isn't there? Is it Chicago Pizza? Pizza Hut?
Alexander.
That's true. Pizza Hut's American. Isn't Domino's American as well?
Alexander.
That statue wants to kill me. I don't know what to do about it.
The stone archer would undoubtedly
Can I just speak to them, actually?
Look here, Archer. Do you mind if I pass?
The archer retains his stony silence.
With lots of cheese and some more cheese. Pizza Hut? Domino's, yuck. It was Pizza Hut. pepperoni. I only eat pizza at home these days. Hey VZ, lovely to see you. How are you? VZ, a self-proclaimed inconsistent streamer, enjoys a relaxing atmosphere with From Software games and coffee. They recently revisited Neo 2 Remastered, but have also had smooth Bloodborne experiences. Perhaps they are on a "it has been a while, old friend" kick. Regardless, their streams seem to be a delightful mix of gaming and caffeine appreciation. What is a "it has been a while, old friend" kick? Rainer appears to be a rather laid-back streamer who enjoys a variety of gaming experiences. They seem to prefer a relaxed atmosphere with minimal interruptions and a good sense of humour. Perhaps their gaming skills are not quite up to par. That's not very nice. But that is all part of the charm, is it not? Do give them a watch if you fancy a more easygoing stream. I want to order a pizza from the House of VZ. I ate it at home too. Just got it from the hut. When you say you got it from the hut, it almost sounds like a Star Wars reference, doesn't it? My pizzas were incredible, not to toot my own horn, but they were amazing. VZ, look, it's Tato! I'm a pizza artist. What am I going to do about this statue? Do you think it's ticklish?
The feather. The stone archer.
I'm bad at cooking anything, so can't relate. We missed Tato today, didn't we, VZ?
A brick lies in the grass. It must have come from the old brick wall.
I'll take it.
A brick.
Yay! Do I just chuck the brick? At the statue?
Throwing the brick at the stone archer might scratch his marble, but it won't stop the archer's vigilant watch over the path.
Are you sure? Marble isn't very strong, I understand. I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit unfair. Marble probably is actually reasonably strong, come to think of it. It's not like granite, but marble probably is actually one of the hardest stones now I think about it. I'll finish making lunch and start giving weird suggestions. I'm a little upset with Tato overreach on the auto mod. Did no one turn down the auto mod? I'll put him down next stream. IG. I'm not sure what IG is. It ruined my attack joke. I'm guessing it is likely brittle. I mean, I have a brick. What am I going to do with that? I could literally hurl it through the palace window. That might get someone's attention. I mean, I think because we know Casima's up there. I feel like the classic approach is to pick up a tiny stone and then have it bash against a window to get someone's attention. Not heaving a brick through the window, but it probably would get her attention.
Why would Alexander want to use that on the... Why would Alexander see...
Okay. What do I do with a brick? That's horrible. I was going to say, I hope that's not how I get the nightingale. Hurling a brick at the poor little thing.
Alexander.
Okay, waiting on my panini press. What are we stuck on? How to progress. I have a assortment of items, but I don't know
Alexander.
where I'm supposed to be next. There's a stone archer who's going to shoot me if I try and go through a gate. So I need a way past the stone archer. There's also a hole in a wall.
There is...
Like, literally a hole in a wall that I can pick up, in theory. But I haven't found out how to do it yet. Oh, hello, what's that? There's something on that chair I missed.
A delicate china teacup is occupying the chair at the moment.
I'll take it.
Alexander takes the teacup.
I did get past the gnomes, yes. For the gnome with the jumbo nose, I had to use a very odorous flower. For the gnome with the big ears, I had to have this little mechanical nightingale sting to it. For the gnome that had the very large tongue, I had to give them a mint. For the gnome with the very large hands, I had to hold out the rabbit's foot. And for the gnome with the very large eyes, I poured invisible ink over myself and I turned invisible. Seems like granite is harder and stronger than marble. Yeah. Yeah, granite is very hard. I was saying before that I think marble is actually quite a soft stone, but now I think about it, it probably isn't. It's probably, like, in the middle. It's clearly going to be I strongly suspect marble is harder and stronger than limestone, for example, but, as you say, not as much as granite. Convenient, as Finland is basically all granite. Oh, good. Can you talk to the nice folks here? I can, but there's not much point.
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
There you go.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Goo goo gaga.
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
What about the discolored one? Those?
Excuse me, lettuce.
The lettuce just gives Alexander the cold shoulder.
They're iceberg lettuce.
What a curious little black spot.
The hole in the wall does not reply. Alexander decides to pick up the hole in the wall. A hole in the wall could be a very useful thing.
Oh, the tomato, I see.
Alexander startled the poor thing. It's run off to hide behind the wallflowers.
I think you might be right.
Alexander takes a close look at the tomato on the ground. It appears to be darker than those on the vines.
You're a
What
genius,
are you
Big
staring
Tree.
at there, boy? Go away, you rootless thing, you! Yeah!
Blimey.
Yep, that tomato is definitely rotten.
How did you manage to fall off the vine, Mr. Tomato?
What do you think? I'm old, I'm rotten! Yeah! Leave me alone!
If you say so.
After all, you're just gonna let me sit here and rot in this dry ground like everybody else, aren't you?
Why, I don't know. I suppose...
Ah, never mind! Just go away! Ah!
Oh my goodness, it's me! Can you pick him up?
Hey! What do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me! Hey!
Alexander
That is a large
picks up rotten
tomato.
tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
You just need some love. It's super easy to pick me up. You say that, but I imagine you wouldn't be best pleased if some adventurer came along and just put you in that bag.
You're ugly and you smell bad! Yeah! Put me down before I juice all over you.
Oh my. I see. I think you can use him for something. The tomato, you mean? I mean, yes, I assume so. I don't know what I do with it. With them, sorry. I don't know what I do with him. Let me check the spell book. I did have a spell that needed
Alexander.
a teacup. One cup swamp ooze. That'll be it. Add sticks water to swamp ooze in cup. Stir with horse feather. Apply to blank surface with artist brush. Speak incantation over painting to materialize. Incantation, magic paint, black as ink. Bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw according to this spoken law. Right, it's a teapot I need for the other one. And the skull of embers. It's the Styx water that I am missing now then. Or back to the bog? Is that the only spell? There's 3 spells. Hang on, let me bring them back up again. There's magic paint, which seems to cause anything I paint to come to life. Which sounds very, very... like very, very powerful magic, but how do I actually use it? Like... where is it used? How is it applied? There's the Make Rain spell. And then there's the Charming a Creature of the Night spell.
What do you think you're doing?
Hello.
You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp sludge!
He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud.
Nobody asked you!
Stick in the mud indeed.
Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Okay, can I push the log into the swamp?
Alexander doesn't have time to sit around on the log. The little china teacup is made of fine porcelain. The teacup is empty.
It is empty, is it?
Who are you?
I'm Bump on a Log, and that's my brother, Stick in the Mud. We've had this
Both
thing
to the
about
log?
each other ever since our childhood. Mom always liked me best.
She did not! That is absolutely not true!
He's a bit lazy, you see. He's got the only swamp ooze in the swamp right next to him. But do you think he'd move a finger to help you get some? Hardly. He'd try to brain you with it more than likely. His temper's about the only thing that ever gets a workout. And that on yours truly.
Oh, like you've moved at all in the last century! Like you're Mr. Physical Activity!
Just because I can't reach anything, he thinks he can throw gushy swamp matter at me and just say whatever he likes. If only I could turn the tables on that heckler, he might learn some respect. But as you can see, I am a mere bump on a log and must be content with my lot.
Oh, shut up! You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn even if you had something to throw! Just shut up!
You see how he is?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless.
That's the
is
same
he?
voice actor that does the clown, isn't it?
Hey! Hey! What are you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you? Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you. The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this.
No! Not into the swamp!
Or tomato.
Hey, okay, I give up. Geez, sorry. Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry.
Friendly.
You mean it? Really? Brother. Brother.
Stick in the Mud and Bump on a Log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them.
Lazy, eh? What else are they gonna do? They have no limbs.
Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Yay! Progress. Brr. Be right back. Oh, I think you made it worse. How are we looking?
The little china teacup is made of fine porcelain.
Yes.
The teacup contains swamp ooze.
Right. Remind me about the rest of that spell.
Alexander is carrying...
So this was the paint spell. Sticks water, 1 black horse feather. Well, I have a black feather, and as I said previously, it might be from a black horse. I don't know. River Styx water. I have no idea how I would get that. That's cute. They can be all grumpy together. Yay, ooze! I never did find out how to help out the Black Widow.
Oh, so there you are, handsome. What can I do for you now? Have you changed your mind? My offer of dead wedlock is still open.
Alexander offers the item to the Black Widow.
No, no, thank you, you sweet man. Like a good little wife, I have no interest in anything except my cozy little web and you.
This seems harsh.
Alexander offers the item to the Black Widow.
No, no, thank you, you
No progress there. I don't know what I would do.
Alexander.
What were the other items in that shop? There was the mechanical nightingale that we currently have, the flute, the tinderbox. There was one other item, wasn't there? Hold on, I think I have it written down in my notes. Painter's brush, that was it. Let me check the... Let me go back to the manual and check what it said about the Isle of the Dead. Is this searchable? I'm sure there was another island they talked about. The seashell is still tired. Maybe he needs a lullaby. I do know how to put the shell into a shallow sleep, but that doesn't seem to do anything. So it feels like there's another stage to that puzzle that I haven't worked out. I'll show you in a second. Yeah, that seems to be everything. That's odd. I could have sworn we read about there being possibly another island.
Nothing happened.
Let me...
Nothing.
I'd never considered that I could try to send myself somewhere that wasn't on one of the main islands. Didn't work though.
The magic. Alexander.
Right, let me show you what
Alexander,
happens with the seashell. The oyster, I should say. So here we go.
That won't do anything. That won't.
Wrong book. That's the one I want.
Would you like me to read to you again?
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard. Yields a gilded minnow of precise measurements, 2,069 centidrills by 3,023,000
the web would be ashamed if you damaged it somehow.
puns, not punts, as might be expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense whatsoever, that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the conclusions uncovered in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
Alexander sees nothing of interest.
You're a genius, Pikachu.
The poor little oyster. Alexander decides.
Sorry, it said it fell into a restless sleep. But you're right, I should have been waiting for them to yawn. I didn't realise I could still interact with them at that point. Hold on, if I teleport away and teleport back... Oh, wrong thing.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Maybe if I just teleport back to where I am, it'll work. To reset the area. No. They thought of that one.
Alexander.
Thank you, Pikachu.
Alexander.
Right, let's try Pikachu's brilliant idea.
The book.
No, don't read it yourself. Here we go. Finally.
Two dulcimer. Yields.
Alexander makes a
Hey! You fixed my mouth! It feels great!
the little oyster drifts
Oh
into
my
peaceful
goodness.
slumber with the rest of his oyster friends.
Thank you, Pikachu. That was a brilliant idea. It's Bex! Lovely to see you. Hope you're well. And thank you for giving Bex a shout out. Pleased to make your acquaintance, dear reader. Allow me to introduce Bex, a most intriguing variety streamer. They describe themselves as a chaos gremlin, yet the recent broadcast suggests a rather organised approach to streaming. They're currently engaged in a 100-day streaming challenge, with a particular fondness for the game Infinity Nikki, a most curious individual indeed. Twitch.tv/puncozy_. Cozy spelt with a K.
The flawless pearl is the largest Alexander's ever seen.
You'd feel like having a flawless pearl of great size would be a tremendous asset, but I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the pawn shop owner might be interested, but other than that,
Alexander.
I wonder if the Black Widow's interested.
Oh, so there you are, handsome. What can
How did
I
your
do
stream
for
go,
you
Bex?
now?
How have you been?
Alexander turns the pearl slowly in his hand and sees its opaque white hue melt into iridescent colors. Alexander offers the item to the Black Widow.
No, no, thank you, you sweet man. Like a good little wife, I have no interest in anything except my cozy little web and you.
Yeah. Moving on.
The magic. Alexander.
What's up with all the bees? I never figured that one out. I don't think I can interact with them. I didn't seem to be able to when I tried earlier. I just assumed they were spelling bees.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
I noticed we didn't get a ding then, suggesting I did the right thing. So I'm not sure if I was actually supposed to take the pearl. Does the bird like the fake bird? Yes, but it only got them to approach us more closely. They still don't want to be right next to us. Like, they were high up in the tree, now they're not so high up in the tree.
Might I trade you this ring again, merchant?
I have nothing of value enough to trade for it except the pearl that you gave me. I would think you would prefer your family ring, but if you wish, I will trade it.
Thank you.
Alright, for my own... to satisfy my own curiosity, if I go back here... Was that... hang on. Was that before or after I... that was after I had the pearl. So then, just to confirm, I think that means that I did do the right thing by getting my ring back.
Alexander.
I didn't do anything else in the meantime, did I? I'm just checking, because usually there's like a ding sound effect that plays. When you get something right in the game, when you solve a puzzle, but there wasn't this time. So I'm a little unsure whether I did the right thing or not.
Good day.
So let me check. 69 out of 231.
I found this large pearl.
Oh, there was a ding.
Might it be...
Ring is for proving who you are, right? I believe so.
Oh, I'm glad you...
Although he had the ring for a while there, so... Okay, yes. That appears to be correct. So we can prove who we are again. I don't know what good that is, but we can. And the pearl was to get our ring back, it seems. Can I give the ring to the nightingale if that is the princess's pet nightingale, and have the nightingale give it to the princess?
Alexander holds out his
There's a snake.
insignia ring to the nightingale.
A snake's
hoping
appeared.
she perhaps is the nightingale that Jallo spoke of, and that she might be able to take the ring to Cosima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Cosima to his presence on the Isles. The nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring.
That's the genie!
She flies off towards the castle, perhaps to Cosima.
Sing,
But
sing.
it worked.
What have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry. But this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul.
You only met him
be
for like a
here.
minute. How do you know that?
Sing Sing, I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here then? On this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you. Take this ribbon, Sing Sing. If you know where he is, return it to him.
Very obedient nightingale.
Please be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
The little bird makes a delivery.
Success!
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Cosima herself?
I kind of wish they
Or
didn't.
am I merely wishing it were so? Oh.
I don't like as a story decision that we get to see those sections that Prince Alexander himself doesn't get to see. Like, the fact that we as the player have more knowledge than he has. It'd be far more interesting if we'd sent the bird off and they'd come back with a ribbon and we were genuinely guessing. Hair ribbon, indeed. I don't know what we're going to do with that.
The lady's hair ribbon is made of the finest red velvet.
Probably quite valuable then, probably belonged to someone quite wealthy.
A long strand of black hair is caught in the ribbon.
Oh, we needed that for a spell, assuming she is a maiden.
Alexander.
Which spell was it? That was it. One strand of a pure-hearted maiden's hair, so assuming she is a pure-hearted maiden. Add hair and brimstone to the skull of embers. In presence of creature, speak incantation to over skull. Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone, leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain. Do that whate'er I now ordain. So that's handy. I'm still rather unclear on... Well, you know, it's always the next puzzle, isn't it? We've made some progress here. I'm still unclear on what to do now. Let's speak to the sailor and see if the situation's changed.
It's you. Come on in.
Any news?
How goes it, Alexander?
Yes, I can exchange the Nightingale. So basically the way that works is the pawn shop owner has 4 items and I'm allowed to have one of them at any time because I can always trade one in for the other. I have the Mechanical Nightingale. That's 1. There's a flute. That's 2. There's a paintbrush that belonged to a great artist. That's 3. And then there's a tinderbox with a candle inside. That's 4. I can have one of them on me at any given time.
The ferryman is a disgruntled-looking man who is probably a lot younger than he appears. Despite his tired air, he watches Alexander patiently.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The inhabitants of the Isle of the Sacred Mountain are the most gorgeous creatures you'll ever see. If you ever get to see them, that is.
He's got a gold tooth.
Well, thanks again for your hospitality.
You're always welcome, Alexander. Come back anytime.
The pier...
Can you give him stuff? The ferryman? I mean, yes. I don't see why not. I don't know what he'd want. Such a nice guy. He is.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
How fare you, good merchant?
I cannot complain. I hope your travels are treating you well, Prince Alex.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
So, flute?
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
The only thing I could think is trying to play the flute to that statue and hoping it does something.
Alexander.
Which is a bit of a long shot. There's also that hole in the wall that I don't have. Play the flute for everyone.
The stone archer would undoubtedly shoot Alexander long before he managed to climb up the wall to try that.
That's what I do.
The path through the woods runs through a gated wall here. 2 stone statues stand guard on the gate's lintels. To the north, the path continues on through a hedge of roses and a dainty gazebo.
Wait, I tell you what I didn't think of. Talking to the other statue.
The stone statue doesn't respond. The magic Alexander. Alexander.
I'm going back to the hole in the wall. Wait, what happened to the stick? Oh, it's still there. I'm just being blind.
Those.
Look, the hole in the wall's gone behind the wallflowers again. Looks like it's time for another ad break. As usual, I'll still be here. For anyone that doesn't experience ad breaks, I'll be here to talk to, or for anyone that comes back from them early. Otherwise, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Do you think the wallflowers would like having the flute played to them? Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you, stay tuned. What name did Woody Allen bestow upon his son to honour the legendary jazz musician Louis Armstrong? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. I don't know who Woody Allen is. The name vaguely rings a bell. Well, presumably his son's name was Allen. Well, surname, I mean. And, but Woody Allen does sound like a stage name, doesn't it? So that might not actually be his real surname. Louis Allen? Did Louis Armstrong have a famous nickname? Just waiting for the ad break to end. Welcome back from the ad break. Woody Allen named his son Satchel as a tribute to the iconic trumpet player and singer Louis Satchmo Armstrong. Okay, there's no way I could have known that.
May I have this dance?
Oh, what I was saying earlier about wallflowers. And dancers. Hang on, that is...
Alexander
That isn't
stops
contiguous.
playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them.
The music that stopped. Yeah, look at that. That's floating in the air. Right, I want that hole in the wall.
While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
Yes! Progress. What exactly I can do about this, I'm not... Or what exactly this is going to lead to, I don't know. The two obvious things I can think of is using the hole in the wall to see into the palace. That's number one. The other possibility would be using it with the wall which has the... the archer on it.
Alexander...
I got the hole in the wall.
The hole in the wall has 4 legs and a curly tail. He's all limbs with only a hole for a body. But that doesn't make him any less whole. Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the side wall of the castle. Alexander looks through the hole in the wall.
Interesting.
Alexander can see what looks like a hallway in the basement of the castle. It must lie just on the other side of this wall. Alexander can see what looks...
Unfortunately, that's not very useful. Huh. Okay.
Alexander removes the hole in the wall from the wall.
So where else could I use a hole in a wall?
There's no reason to put that. There's no reason. Alexander. Alexander feels.
Welcome back, Tato. I have the hole in the wall.
Using that on the wall would not help any.
Would it not? That suggests I had the right idea of putting the hole in the wall on the
Using that.
palace wall. But then where does that lead us? What do I do after that? Hello, Tato. Just ate half a can of sweetened condensed milk. Was it nice?
The stone.
8? That's a good point. That's a good point, Pikachu. It was sweet.
Throwing the brick at the stone archer might scratch his marble, but it won't stop the archer's vigilant watch over the path. The stone. There's no reason.
It was sick. I couldn't drink it. Spoon? Yeah. That sounds much thicker than is usual.
A little fawn is feeding on a grassy hillock near the sea. Alexander resists the temptation to pet the fawn, thinking he might frighten it.
I can't help but think it's not an accident there's a fawn there. Would you like some milk?
Alexander doesn't want to do anything to disturb the local wildlife.
Alright, alright.
Alexander...
Why, that stuff is good on shaved ice. I do not have ice. Music? Oh, I could play the flute to the fawn.
Alexander doesn't want to do anything to disturb the local wildlife.
And unfortunately it wasn't to be.
Alexander...
I can't help but think that getting past that arch is probably the next trick. In tea? I have green tea, which I'm drinking now. Can we have another meeting with the clown? No.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Sadly, I don't think there is anything to do there. I've just had an idea. This might not work, but it's worth a go. Remember those cliffs that we couldn't get up? Do you think there's any possibility that it's actually a wall? If I stick the hole in the wall on the cliff face, I'll be able to see the other side? Give the boring book? Oh, no, 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 no. You misunderstand, Pikachu. That's where I got the boring book from. There was a sign that said, I think 10 pence, and then it was crossed out and it said 5 pence, and it was crossed out and it said 1 pence. Then that was crossed out and it said free, and then that was crossed out and it said, please, please take one of these books. That's where I got the book from.
Using that on the clip, that has no effect. There appears to be some... The rock. Alexander. Alexander. To take.
Can you give the book to somebody else? Maybe bore the spider to death. I've already used the book to get the oyster to sleep, but I mean, I could try it. I wonder if I could bore the statue.
The stone archer would undoubtedly shoot Alexander long before he managed to climb up the wall to try that. A gray brick wall runs to the east and west on either side of the path. A stone archer sits atop the lintel of the gate like a silent guardian. His stone bow is tightly drawn and fitted with a single stone arrow.
Yeah, they emphasize the single arrow, implying that if the archer wasted the arrow, they would have no way to stop me getting through. But I don't know how I would do that. Okay, we can head back to the
Alexander.
the Isle of Wonder and see if the book does anything with the spider.
Alexander.
Oh, so there you are, handsome. What can I do for you now?
Alexander offers the item to the Black Widow.
No, no, thank you, you sweet man. Like a good little wife, I have no interest in anything except my cozy little web and you.
I don't know what to do here. Would you like some milk?
Alexander offers the item to the Black Widow.
No.
Which paper? That one? That's the magic map, if that's what you're asking. Paper in the web, there.
That scrap of paper blew into my web from those books over there. The wind just thinks it can deposit anything here.
Oh, well spotted. Somehow that just like blended in for me. I didn't think it was anything unusual.
Alexander reaches out to grab the scrap of parchment.
Careful now.
After my goods, are you? What a greedy little man you are.
You just said you didn't want it.
Alexander feels the sharp prick of the Black Widow's teeth. Then, a strange burning sensation.
That's what you get for preferring that old scrap of paper to me.
Oh dear. How far back are we? That's after we got the hole in the wall, so we've not lost anything. You died! There's a string. I can't help but think a similar fate would await me, but okay.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Oh my.
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it.
Well, that was a lot more effective. Interesting.
The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
What help is that? Woo! Is that for the cliffs? Like, is that the solution to a riddle?
Alexander.
What is happening with those books? Oh, that's where the bookworm lives. That's just how he keeps his books.
There appears the rock. The sound of Alexander's voice doesn't seem to have any effect on the cliff etchings. The cliffs.
Yeah, okay, that's no help. I don't think I can take any more. Sorry, just update my notes. Can you add your boring book to the stack? I'm not sure that the bookworm will be very happy about that, but I can try.
Alexander. Piles of
Hold on, he said take one at first, didn't
Alexander doesn't need anything more from Bookworm or his friends. There's no reason to use that on a pile of books. The tail end of the tail.
Yeah, and I can't even examine the bees. That appears to be it. Actually, I wonder what the spider will say to us now.
Oh, so there you are, handsome. What can I do for you now?
Alexander. 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 Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the side wall of the castle. Alexander looked. The castle hallways are patrolled by guard dogs. Great. Maybe Alexander is better off out here after all.
So why? Why would this be useful? Chuck a brick through there?
There's no reason to put that through the hole in the wall.
But but the game picked up on the idea that I was trying to put something through there. Suggesting that is along the right lines.
There's no reason.
Well, I'll pick this up for now, but we'll just have to remember that. I can get something on the inside of the hole of the wall if needs be. So something on the. I can get an object on the inside of the palace if I want. That is within my means. Just trying to think what else we could try here. So we have the... I mean, technically there is the palace there. I mean, it would be nice to get on the inside, but... there's no immediate reason to do so. I mean, if we could actually get Alexander on the inside, we could speak with Cosima probably. That would be worth doing. But there's no... it feels like that's a long way off. There's also that archer with the stone arrow. And I am convinced when we read through the manual before there was a reference to another island. I'm going to check the other copy of the manual I've got actually. Because if you recall, I had 2 copies of the manual. one which seemed to have the copy protection stuff removed. No, I'm still not finding any reference to this other island. Can't go into the gate by the flowers? No, I can't.
Alexander doesn't want to intrude on private property unless he's been invited.
So, no help there. Sorry, I'm just quickly going through the manual again. In fact, why don't I show you? Legends and myths of the land of the Green Isle. Hidden islands and other worlds. Every land has its tales of hidden places, lost caverns, underground treasure rooms, and secret kingdoms accessible only through some ancient oak tree. The land of the Green Isles is no exception. Here, as might be imagined, the hidden places take the form of islands hidden in the mists, and of what might lie beyond in the sea. One popular tale seems to reflect the universal myths of harvest and planting. It's said that nearby exists a hidden island of priestly inhabitants who worship Mother Earth. These priests keep the weather and tides in balance to ensure safety from hurricanes and other forces of the sea, and to plead continence for the kingdom's bounty. It's said that these priests demand privacy above all, and they remain loyal to the crown in exchange for secrecy. What a wonderfully conspiratorial tale. Right, so if I were to change the weather to, say, rain, they might be unhappy with me. The Green Islanders are also fond of saying that the unpassable currents in the seas around the kingdom are there as a warning to keep all ships from sailing further east, for it is believed that within a day's sail in that direction, a ship strong enough and foolhardy enough to survive the tempest seas would encounter the edge of the world. What lies beyond the edge of the world, I asked? Why, the next world, they replied, and with fearful glances at one another, quickly changed the subject. Death fascinates men the world around, and there are as many philosophers about what comes after this life as there are, it seems, lives at which end. I found the Green Islanders to all share a common belief, so strongly held as to seem to defy questioning. The family of the deceased hold a funeral ceremony a few days after the death to bid the soul of their loved one safe passage to the realm of the dead. The deceased is buried with the things he or she will need for the journey. The realm of the dead is a place not of this world. There Death himself rules. Some call him the Lord of the Dead, others call him Samhain. Those souls who have died at peace with their lives are allowed to enter... Those souls that have died at peace with their lives are allowed to enter the underworld and are placed in the Sea of Souls. In that safe repository, they are greeted by ultimate knowledge and prepared for the next stage. Those souls, however, who died with unresolved trauma in their lives cannot enter the underworld but are consigned to wander endlessly on the surface of the realm, chained there by their human woes. Sometimes their life's problems will be resolved in the real world without them, justice meted out, or loved ones taken care of, and they are freed from their bonds and gratefully go below. More often, however, things are never resolved in the real world, and the bonded souls over time become part of the mindless dead that roam the surface eternally, never to know peace or to be allowed to move on. This belief system deeply affects the lives of the Green Islanders, and is in my estimation the root of their peaceful lives and their aversion for friction and infighting, greed and anxiety. Certainly, as a man or woman approaches old age or infirmity, he or she strives to resolve any loose ends in their lives in preparation for the journey ahead. And then it goes on to talk about genies.
To take
Right.
the path.
Well, we'd need another ship to go to the to go off the edge of the world to the land of the dead, but finding this priestly order that I'd forgotten about might not be beyond the realms of possibility.
Alexander.
2 dulcimers.
Oh, hang on, that's the boring book, not the spell book. Salt water from the sea. Oh, not salt water. 2 drops of salt water not from the sea. Oh, that's more difficult. 1 vial sacred water, falling water. I don't know. I'm probably going to have to look up some more hints. I'm a bit stuck here.
Alexander.
Let's see if I can find some hints for helping us with the sacred mountain. If you have questions about puzzles that aren't... Oh, no, sorry, that's not it. Where are each of these parts? How do I get past the first part? The first part is the base of the cliff, with 4 words written on the wall. The second part is a manual check. Look in the guidebook to get past this. The third part has 4 dots on the wall. Once again, the fourth part is a manual check. The fifth test has 6 words on the cliff. Hang on, I don't just like click on the word I'm interested in, do I? Oh my goodness.
Nothing happened. There appear
How long have we been here and not realised? Rise.
huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs.
Yes!
Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome. The step...
Well, hey.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
A master of language will. A master of languages will, sorry. Back to the manual. where's the bit about the logic cliffs? That doesn't help. One of the most intriguing artifacts left by the Ancient Ones are the logic cliffs. The cliffs are so named from a series of riddles written on the face of the cliffs, leading from the beach of the Isle of the Sacred Mountain to the Winged One city. Chiseled painstakingly into solid rock, the viewer must question what purpose the words serve. From the ancient scroll that references the cliffs, it can be determined that the riddles in the cliffs were part of an elaborate mechanism designed to protect those who dwell at the top of the cliffs from undesirables that might arrive from the sea below. The mechanism may have served as some sort of calling device designed to alert those at the top of the cliffs that Brother required admittance, or perhaps led to secret chambers within the rock itself. Well, apparently it creates a staircase up. Whatever the cliff's purpose was, it was obviously built to admit only those indoctrinated into the secrets of the Ancient One's culture, and for that reason is, alas, as yet unsolved by those who live today. The following translations from the Cliffs of Logic scroll may help the reader understand the mystique that surrounds this artifact. The first challenge: only those pure of heart will be able to rise the Cliffs of Logic. Okay. The third challenge: the Stones of Stealth are associated with this riddle. Yeah. The Ancient Ones were believers in the power of language, and they were fond of saying a master of languages will soar. Okay, I just need to figure out how to say soar in their, using their symbols, their alphabet. Well, it's not really an alphabet, is it? It is the alphabet, just with different symbols. It's a more a typeface. Okay, so I need that lot of cross with a dot in the top right first. Then that thing that looks a bit like a face.
Nothing happened. Alexander. Reading.
Excellent. Then it's going to be A, which is that little like box inside a box with a line through it. Oh, have a lovely look, Pikachu. And then R. And then that's also got like, it's like a almost, I don't know how to describe it, it's like a bird or grappling hook with then like a little dot in the top right. Okay.
Nothing happened.
No, I wasn't done.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
We're doing it. Interesting we don't hear the sound effects of these steps appearing, the ones that are on the next scene. Okay.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
4 dots. Okay, back to the manual. The Stones of Stealth are associated with this riddle. 4 men standing in a row. Third from the left and down you go. The rest in order move you on. The youngest, the oldest, and the second son. Down you go probably means you die. The youngest, the oldest, and the youngest, the oldest, and the second son. Youngest and oldest could mean do the extreme ones. And second son. So third from the left we don't touch, it's the other 3 that we touch. The second sun would have to be the one in the middle, but telling me that it's the second sun means they're the second oldest, so the youngest must be the one on the far... That must be the youngest, that must be the oldest, for that to be the second sun. Okay.
Nothing happened.
I'm not sure if I saved. I did not. Let's save here as we make our way up.
Alexander.
So...
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
We're doing it!
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Sacred 4. Okay, let's look again. Sacred 4. Tranquility, Azure, Caterpillar, and Element Air. Tranquility. Let me write this down again. I think I've already got this written down. But I want to write it again. Just to help me right now. Right. Azure. Where is Azure? Hold on, I'm gonna have to do this systematically, aren't I? The colour sienna, the colour charcoal grey, the colour pearl grey, the colour sable, the colour ochre, the colour olive, the colour white, the colour red, the colour orange, the colour green, the colour brown, the colour beige, the colour gold, the colour black, the colour azure. Right. Now we want caterpillar, cat, albatross, dove, mouse, whale, grasshopper, unicorn, shark, sheep, parrot, owl, cricket, swan, crab, dolphin, rabbit, caterpillar. Ah, that's an interesting one. Air. What would that even be? Earth, onyx, opals, granite, paper, plants, air. There we go. got them all. Right, now I just need to input them. So it's that one first. I don't know if order matters, because they weren't consistent in the order in the book itself. They had a different order that they listed the Sacred Four as they ordered the list of properties in the section we were just reading. So I think it might be just getting the right four selected regardless of order, but I could be wrong.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
We've nearly done it. We're nearly at the top. Save when it lets me.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
They're not going to believe me when I get to the top. The winged ones, I mean, that we solved it ourselves, are they? They're going to think that, I don't know what they'll think. They'll think we found some other way up, some stealthy way up, that we somehow cheated our way up here. All silent cry the noble boulders. Right, where was the fifth puzzle mentioned? Ascend the cliffs of logic. Oh, the fifth challenge. Only those of the highest order may ascend the cliffs of logic.
Nothing happened. Alexander.
A-S-C-E-N.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Hang on, we were told there was going to be a sixth though, weren't we? I think. I've forgotten where we read that. But I think we did. Oh, that's a genie. Well, whatever they say, I'm not going to believe it.
Alexander finds himself, finally, at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush.
Nightshade. Magical flying nightshade bush, eh?
See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
How about no?
The huge doors are locked tight. Somebody obviously wants to keep something out, or something in.
Well, they'd have to be locked from one side or the other. Since there appears to be no locking mechanism on this side, it's reasonable to assume
that... Young man, you offend me! I try to help you and you insist on being rude!
Since there's no locking mechanism on this side, it's reasonable to assume that the lock is on the other side and it's to keep people from getting in.
Then, stay tied to the ground like a load of lead. See if I care. You human.
How odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those berries are even more powerful than she led Alexander to believe.
It's a shame I can't just pick a berry without eating it. I assume I can't. Let's try just to see. Don't
Alexander
eat it.
isn't interested in the nightshade leaves, and there are no berries there.
Are there not?
There's a natural opening in the rock near the nightshade bush. Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock.
Oh, that's interesting.
Alexander finds himself in a dark cave.
We'll need the tinderbox
Since
for
it's
this.
There's no... Alexander crawls...
Okay, that's good to know.
Look, an intruder.
Oh, blimey.
Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the Cliffs of Logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece.
Ooh.
But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
With what trickery did you master the Cliffs of Logic and reach the city of the Winged Ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord. I meant no harm.
The Cliffs of Logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the Cliffs of Logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore.
Oh.
We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the Cliffs of Logic will defeat the Minotaur.
Oh no.
The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice.
That's not
Our
ideal.
own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The Oracle or the Crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
First, I must tell you that the catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
Azure, he must be allowed time to prepare for the task, if only in the slight chance that he could actually save our Celeste.
Oh, very well. Intruder, my guards will take you to the beach. Prophesied hero or spy, any soldier must be granted time to prepare for battle. Be warned.
Blimey.
If you have the courage to actually return to the Isle of the Sacred Mountain and face your destiny, my guards will have orders to take you to the catacombs on sight.
I understand, Lord Azure.
If by some miracle you succeed, human, the prophecy grants you a visit with the sacred oracle. Her powers are mighty, her vision all-seeing. Many of our own citizens would be willing to risk certain death in the catacombs for a chance at a meeting with the oracle. May that thought give you the courage to return.
Oh, I will return, Lady Ariel. You have my word.
Okay then. Look at us being flown away. So, I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to enter that cave again. My thinking is go back for the tinderbox.
Alexander.
So I'm guessing the flute probably won't be useful in the catacombs. I mean, you never know. But I assume it won't be. So I'm tempted to go back for the tinderbox. And then go into that cave we found. And see if there's anything useful in there before tackling the catacombs.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
There's no...
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please, choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
I wonder if they'll be concerned about the...
Hello?
No one answers Alexander's shouted greeting. Perhaps he should find someone specific to talk to.
Also thinking, I wonder if he'll care about the candle getting used up though.
Alexander. Alexander. The step.
Oh. Oh well.
So, you have chosen to come back and face the catacombs when you could have escaped. I admit I am surprised. You're either a complete idiot or vain enough to think yourself invincible.
I thought that was going to be the catacombs, but I was thinking that's where we come out.
You are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
Blimey.
The catacomb's entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards. It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option. Niches in the wall form stone burial beds. Ancient bones lie crumbling on the unyielding rock. Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient bones, but finds nothing except the dust of the grave.
Right, I should be making another map, shouldn't I? Do I have a previous page? Yeah, I have a previous page with a map on. Oh no, that was for a previous game, so I won't extend that map. I'll just make a new page. I'd quite liked not having to make a map in this game so far, but here we are. Okay.
The doorway.
don't like the thought that any one of those areas could have something
Alexander examines the stone. Niches and Alexander examines the stone. Alexander Alexander
dead end. So I think that
Alexander doesn't want to disturb that skeleton. He seems to have all his bones intact, and it'd be a shame to break up the set. Alexander picks up the skull. Alexander is carrying a human skull.
a human skull, not one of the ancient ones and not one of the winged ones.
Niches in the... Alexander examines the... Alexander doesn't want... The walls of the catacombs are... The torch is too high to reach. Besides, carrying around the heavy blazing torch would only slow...
Okay. I hope the Minotaur isn't here. Oh, I can go that way.
Through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
No, don't. Ah.
Tickets only. Next.
Don't just wonder, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
Oh no, don't tell me I haven't saved in all this time. Oh well, that's not a big deal. It's slightly annoying. But I can skip most of this.
Yeah, we have
The
Right, let's do what we did before and swap our items around. And next time I find myself in the catacombs, I will make sure that I save. I've just noticed it's time for an ad break, so we'll go on ad break while I quickly catch up to where we were before.
To take
Good.
What am I looking for? I'm looking to swap the flute out.
Would you mind?
Of course.
I believe.
Tinderbox, please.
Thank you.
Right, back we go.
Alexander.
Oops, I went to the wrong island. Oh dear. This is fine.
Alexander. The step... The...
I like the fact that the developers at least thought to skip some of this journey back for you a second time. Because they weren't doing that sort of thing in the earlier games. It is a nice little quality of life thing.
And you... We...
And back we are.
The catacombs get seen.
Right, save this time.
Alex... Alex... Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
That's new.
Alex...
Welcome back from the ad break, everyone.
The skull.
That was actually well timed. We've just got back to where we were before. Let's save again, shall we? The only thing that changed was on this occasion I got one warning about hearing the noise of a wild beast somewhere in the distance. So that's a thing. I do wonder if the Minotaur is moving around the maze as we move around. Hang on. As long as it has no idea where we are, that's not a big problem though. I just want to check. Do we always die?
As he walks.
Yes. Just checking that. So it wasn't that because I wasn't sure last time if what had happened was I'd gone into that room and then accidentally, while trying to skip through the dialogue or something like that, accidentally clicked, and that's why he walked too far. But that doesn't appear to be the case. It looks like you always fall. Okay.
Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient bones, but finds nothing except the Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
That means whatever it is far away, presumably.
Alexander examines the...
Hang on, I wasn't exploring, I wasn't checking these shells, was I? The trouble is, I don't trust this game not to have just one of those shells with something on it. It'd be nice to think they wouldn't do that. Okay, we can't go that way. But what is nice to think and what is reality are not always the same thing. Right, this actually connects up to somewhere
Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient...
We've been before. Yeah, we've been here before. Right, now I'm examining a direction that we didn't explore before. Over here. Well, this is an interesting room.
An image of a rose has been... That tile is engraved. A carving of a... An image of a rose. A carving... An image of a... That tile bears an engraving... That tile is engraved. An image of a rose. That tile bears an... That tile is...
Okay. We'll come back here then.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Okay. So that's unfortunate. That direction we hadn't explored was another...
Tickets only. Next.
Don't just wander, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
What was I saying? That area wasn't... The area we hadn't explored before in that direction was just an insta-death room, which is a shame. But that's fine, because that means that we have actually explored a... We've fully explored that direction now, and so we know the direction... By the process of elimination, we know where we're going.
An image of a rope. An image... A carving of a... Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
Uh-oh!
Okay, roses are no good then.
Tickets only. Next.
I probably should have saved in that room, thinking about it. But I can only stand on roses, those are my only choices, unless I can do diagonals.
Alexander feels...
Uh-oh!
Well, I'm missing something here.
Alexander...
Uh-oh!
Alexander...
Uh-oh!
Do I use the skull?
Using that on the tile. Using...
The brick?
Using that...
Okay. Then... I need to... make another map detailing which bits are safe. So it's 4 tall and 5 wide. So that's safe, that's safe.
Alexander.
Uh-oh.
Tickets only. Next.
Or do I want to do it the other way around? Do I
3
want to mark the
spikes and
ones
you're out.
that aren't safe? Maybe that's what I want to do. Okay. That's not safe. Those aren't safe. And that's not safe. So by the process of elimination, that one must be the next one.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
Uh-oh.
What?
Tickets only. Next.
I am confused. Are the rules more complicated? There's an order to it. Alright. I'm gonna double check that. I'm pretty sure I've stood on that rose before and it's been bad. Yes.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on.
Okay, that's
shift
fine.
beneath
This
his
is
feet.
just developing our understanding of the puzzle.
Tickets only. Next.
3 spikes and you're out.
Right, 1, 2, 3. We know the first 3. It would appear. Shame we can only do this by the process of elimination.
Alexander.
Uh-oh.
So far as we can tell. Okay. Halfway there. Crown? No.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
No.
Alexander feels the Alexander feels the Alexander feels the tile he's
Uh-oh.
Down that
Alexander.
way.
Alexander feels the
What am I missing?
Uh-oh.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing.
Uh-oh.
Alright, it really seems like that is the right decision so far. Okay. So I get infinite... I can move infinitely between tiles that are adjacent in order. So that's presumably what allows me to go from one side to the other and back again. That's not safe, that's not safe, that's not safe. That's not safe. I've done all of them, haven't I? No, that one's safe. Alright. Well, that's progress. There.
Alexander feels the
Uh-oh.
Well, we're getting there, one tile at a time.
Alexander feels
I thought going backwards was unlikely, but it was the same symbol, so I wasn't sure. Okay, that's more progress.
Alexander
Not there.
feels the tile. Alexander feels the Alexander feels
There's only one it could be, isn't there? from this point. Yep, there. And no, I suppose there are several it could be from here.
Alexander feels the
Okay.
Alexander feels the
Nope.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on.
Which way is it then? Could it be here, then back? No?
Alexander feels the...
It must be one of those four. Let me do them
Alexander
systematically.
feels the
I
tile.
thought I had done them all already, but... As I say, I don't think we can jump over tiles, so I must have made a mistake somewhere. That was it. Okay, that's the one I hadn't tried. 8. 9. Right. Well, we only had to solve that once. I wonder if it's randomized at all. But now we know. And now we can traverse it whenever we want. Which is nice. And it continues. Okay. The only problem here is I haven't really left enough room on the map to... Alright, we'll try extending it from here. I do have concerns that I'm going to run out of paper before this map's finished.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint. An old wooden shield hangs on the wall. Alexander takes the shield from the wall.
Excellent.
Alexander the doorway is unobstructed. There's
Okay.
Alex. It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down.
Okay. Help me, Skull.
Desperate to stop the crushing ceiling, Alexander throws a skull into the grinding gears. The skull is caught between two cogs.
Did it work?
The gears shriek and shudder. The skull begins to bulge.
Uh-oh!
With a sudden lurch, the ceiling
Yikes!
They actually animated all that,
Alexander,
even though it wasn't the
that
correct
skull
solution.
wasn't strong enough to endure the pressure, and neither is Alexander's.
Oh no.
Ah, you were a human only and not the monster himself. I heard you coming and thought you were the beast. Did my father send you here to save me?
Why, yes he did, but how did you...
Hush, there is no time. I think I have discovered the Minotaur's secret exit from the catacombs. Follow me, and we'll both be saved.
That's the genie.
That's odd.
Yeah, I realised that they were leading me to my death, but I didn't know whether it was my immediate death or not. Because they could have shown me something that was useful without it necessarily immediately killing me, if that makes sense. It could have, like, led me to a trap I could have caught the Minotaur in, for example.
I heard you coming and thought you were the beast. Did my father send you here to save me?
Why, yes, he did, but how did you...
Hush, there is no time. I think I have discovered the Minotaur's secret exit from the catacombs. Follow me, and we'll both be saved.
They didn't actually do the eye thing that time, I don't think.
Alexander.
So that was actually a trickier trap than usual.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Let's try this again then, shall we?
It's and this
time with the shield.
The shield is
Oh. Lamp?
That would never...
I may be stuck.
The pawn shop's tinderbox is slightly battered, but in...
I probably don't have the item I need then. Oh, the brick.
In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick into the grinding gears. The brick is caught between two cogs. The gears shriek and shudder. The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is stuck.
Yes!
The trap is sprung. Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient bones, but finds nothing except the dust of the grave. Alexander hears the distant sounds of a...
Okay.
Alexander... Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes. He takes the old coins.
That's a Victorian thing, isn't it? Putting coins on the eyes. Not an ancient thing. The Greeks used to put a coin in the mouth for the ferryman. The ancient Greeks, I mean. But coins on the eyes was much more recent, I thought. I wonder what I use those coins for. Also, how did the daughter of the... How did the Princess Celeste That was her name, wasn't it? How did she manage to get past the trap that we did without...
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Yes, Celeste. Lady Celeste. How did she manage... Oh, she wasn't a princess then. It's a lord and a lady, and their child is also lady. How did she manage to get past that without triggering it? Dead end.
Alexander examines the stone.
Okay.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild...
Sounds! A trap floor!
Interesting.
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
Thank goodness I brought the tinderbox. Please use my inventory. Thank you. I say the tinder. I say brought my tinderbox. Thank goodness I brought the tinderbox.
It feels exactly...
Yes, I know what it is.
It feels exactly...
Please use it.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander lights the extinguished torch.
That was
and puts
quite
his
the
tinderbox
effect.
away.
The one they had, they used for the, to show Alexander in the dark with the candle on him. That was quite the impressive effect, given the limited colour palette.
Alexander examines...
I'm guessing when we next hear the Minotaur, it's going to be much closer.
Alexander examines the...
Hold on, let me double check something, make sure I didn't make a mistake when I was drawing my map there. I did make a mistake when I was drawing my map there. Okay. Hello again, Catholic, and yes, indeed it is. Hang on, I didn't mean to skip that. Right, so that's the room I was in moments ago.
As he walks through
Death.
the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
But yeah, we're making progress. Turns out I actually would have had access to this area moderately early on, I think. Maybe not, because I'd have needed the brick.
Tickets only.
Hang on. Did I... Is that my latest save? It is. Unfortunately, that was farther back than I realised. Ah, okay, I know exactly where we are now. That's alright. Sounds. Right, now we're pretty much back where we were. Not quite, but pretty close. Where's the tinderbox? There it is. Yeah, look at this visual effect.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander
How did
lights
they
the
do that?
extinguished
I
torch
feel like
and
they
puts
must
his
have like
tinderbox
taken
away.
like stop motion images of a model with the correct lighting, and then hang on, I think I've just seen another mistake in my map. Yeah, that's annoying. I need to move everything back. Yeah, I feel like they must have like done something such as captured photographs of a model of Alexander with the correct lighting and then digitized it.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Right, this is... hang on. I know where we are. That's fine. Have we not been up this way? No, we have, and it's a dead end. Which is fine. Pretty impressive for a game this old, honestly. Well, it's impressive to think about how they must have done it, because there's nothing more... all it is pixels on the screen, so there's nothing more difficult about showing that little effect than it is drawing what's on the screen currently. It's just... it's hard to imagine they hand drew that. It's possible they did. I just sort of doubt it.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
So it's more just, you know when you see like an old film and you wonder, oh, how did they do that special effect back then? That's kind of what it is. Or that, well, to be honest, that's exactly what it is.
Alexander hears a low
You're left
growl,
thinking, how did they do that
so
then,
faint as
though?
to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
Right, this connects up to somewhere we've been before. Yeah, we've been up there before, I believe. Actually, there's a slim chance we never actually went in this room. Yeah, I don't think we'd been in this room, but we'd been in the room that was above it. So we knew that existed.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. this time so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
I actually know where that is and how to get there. I won't quite yet. But good to know. Interesting. The reason I'm not going back immediately is because there, of course, might be items in other parts that I haven't collected, which is always worth checking.
Alexander. Somewhere far off into the catacombs.
Right, I think this is also going to connect up with where we've been before. Oh! Again, not quite what I expected. Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, this does all connect up with stuff we've seen before. Oh, I didn't note that down, that there was a way down
As
here.
he walks through the door.
That's annoying. This is fine, though. I'm pretty sure I understand the entire...
Tickets only. Next.
Don't just wonder, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
I think I understand the entire layout of the... Hang on, I know I saved after this. What? I saved after this. I know I did. I'm very confused. What was I going to say? I think I've mapped out enough of the lower labyrinth level that we're falling to now that I can work out what the stuff we haven't seen must be. I'll still go there because they could surprise us.
Alexander, wherever.
But like I can see like two bits of the labyrinth with like just one blank square in the middle, and it's like, well, those blank rooms, that is blank because I've not been there yet, so I haven't mapped it. It's like, well, those two presumably just connect up.
Aha! Alex.
Okay. I'm not going mad, right? I swear I saved. I'm even checking if that save is still there. Okay, we've got the save now. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I really did forget another time. Hang on, we don't need to go that way. Right, believe it or not, I think we're now really close to where we were before.
As he walks through the door,
oh, they have
Alexander
surprised
gets
me.
a very bad feeling about this room.
Unfortunately, they have surprised me. So this doesn't connect up with that other bit.
Tickets only.
That means I am going to have to go around the long way. That won't take long, though.
Don't just...
No. There we go. Now, if I were to go down from here, south, that would take me to the Minotaur, I believe. Based on the stuff we saw before. Hang on, what? I think the Minotaur's up there as well. Did I make a mistake with my mapping? That then must be the death room. Hang on, I think part of my map down the bottom here was like one square off, if that makes sense.
Far off into the catacombs, the sounds of...
I'd added a square where there shouldn't have been one. So that's death, I think. Right. And then that connects up with where we've been before. Okay, I get that. Oh, that actually simplifies the map design quite a lot. I get it. I think we've got everything figured out. So there's two directions from which we can approach the Minotaur room, and the Minotaur room is there. That's unexpected.
A very beautiful, very dusty tapestry hangs on the wall. Alexander does not see anything unusual about or under that tapestry, and the tapestry itself is much too heavy to take.
Then why is it here?
Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient...
Okay.
Alexander hears... as he walks through the door.
Oh, that's death. Huh.
Tickets only. Next.
That means I
Don't
can't
just
get
wander,
to the room where the
Alexander.
Minotaur
Let your
was.
conscience be
yet.
your guide.
That is curious. Okay. So the tapestry room must be the key. I don't quite know how yet, but... Oh no, this is the room where we heard the Minotaur from. Hold on. Let's trigger the event from before then. When it said you hear the Minotaur on the other side of the door. Or the other side of the wall, I should say. It was through here.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall. This room forms a cul-de-sac with the dead-end wall to the east. The sounds came from behind the dead-end wall. This room... Alexander examines the wall closely.
Going back.
walls of the catacomb. That's the west wall of the room. The walls are very beautiful. Alexander does not see anything unusual about or under that tapestry, and the tapestry itself is much too heavy to take. The tapestry weaves its tale in silence.
I should have used the hole in the wall.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the wall. It seems to shudder in revulsion at the mere touch of the cold stone. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees nothing of interest. Alexander Alexander hears sounds coming from the other side of the east wall.
Here we go. This should be
Alexander
progress.
puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones.
Clammy? I thought that means they're wet as well as cold.
Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs. Aha! Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall. While
Wow.
Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it. Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
Well, we're down a hole in a wall. That's a shame. Good thing I had actually picked that up till now, though.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
There we go.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Is there a stairway there, I wonder?
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur, and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste.
Alright. I don't know what the plan is. To be perfectly honest, what do we do? What have I got? I've got a magic map, which is no good in this situation. I've got a boring book. I could try to put the Minotaur to sleep if he'd let me read to him. Oh, hey, Kay. It's lovely to see you. How are you? Let me give you a... oh my goodness, I've had the manual up this whole time. Let me give you a shout out. It's lovely to see you too. This game looks really neat. This is an old Sierra adventure game. Hylia Kay, a devoted gamer, appears to have a particular fondness for Zelda and Digimon. Their recent broadcast suggests a preference for nostalgic adventures, often accompanied by snacks and a relaxed atmosphere. One might say they are on a quest for the coziest gaming experience. You're very welcome, Kay. Hope you're well. What was I thinking? So we've got into the Minotaur's lair. We found Lady Celeste, who is currently being attacked by this Minotaur, it would seem. But I don't know what to do. I have this shield, but on its own, I fear a shield's not going to help much. Hang on.
Alexander steps further into the room.
Oh, this is probably
the movement
game.
Catches Lady Celeste's eye. She screams for help.
You there, human! Help me! Help!
Oh, wonderful. I was hoping I could grab something from the other room.
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
We don't have a weapon!
Never. You die, human.
As the Minotaur advances in attack, Alexander slowly backs away.
This is probably it.
Until he can back away no more.
Now where to?
Too bad he can't fall into that fire pit. That would be convenient. That may be what's about to happen if he's... yeah, he's about to charge me. Use the shield! Use the shield!
That would have little effect on the rampaging Minotaur.
Okay,
now you die.
I feel like I could have moved out the way or something. Move out the way when he charges.
Only.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, timing it.
There's something to be... Alexander the move.
I ask
Said
you
it as
to
I
release
typed
your
it.
captive.
As the... until...
now.
Do I just walk now? Hang on. I'm not being given the option to walk. How do I... time
now
this?
You die.
I get the concept. It's more the mechanical... how do I mechanically input that? How do I... it's disabling my walk ability. What items are available again?
Until...
now.
I suspect it really is just a matter of moving out the way. I just don't know how to do it. But since you ask...
the magic map is made of thin leather and has lifelike drawings of the islands on its uneven surface.
Do you have anything red? Oh, I have the red scarf!
The silky red...
I can bait the Minotaur like a matador would a bull.
The scarf is made of red silk.
That's a genius idea.
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully. Nice, bright red.
Red? I hate red.
Red. Now you die.
Yes!
The
Oh, thank
Minotaur
you.
drops
Thank you for
from
your help,
sight
everyone.
amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Of course not.
Her voice actor sounds
Sorry, let's see.
a lot like a
you
Simpsons
give me a
character, but I
moment,
can't
I'll have
pin,
these untied
pin
in no
down
time.
which one.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Is that one of the twins
all
in
right.
Bart's class?
I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Is it Sherry and Terry or something like that? I'm not sure.
You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
That's very generous.
Forget it.
It is.
Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
I assume this is the way out.
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Gentlemen?
Lady Celeste, fight thee well.
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellect.
Yes, my lady.
Now bring him along. I'm going home.
Excellent, excellent. Whee!
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy.
Why in quotation
well,
marks?
I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life. So I thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its ruins.
Why were they there in the first
It is
place?
also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle. So this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the Crown.
Very gracious
But there,
of you.
my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the City of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect your wishes.
Incidentally, for those that don't know, there's good reason to believe the princess does not want to marry him. Oh, blimey.
Hail to thee, great oracle. Lord Azure sends you this wingless mail. It appears that he solved the cliffs of logic and...
defeated the Minotaur in his lair. So I have seen. So this is the one that haunts my poor...
I love how they're like, get out.
Welcome, young seeker. What knowledge do you desire?
Princess Cassima, whatever you can tell me, great oracle.
Ah, of course, the princess. That explains my images. Let us see what we can see. I see a maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil. She is a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers.
Unfortunate.
And yours to try to redeem her.
Only try.
How? How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you.
Interesting.
I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Suboptimal.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak.
If you can only see the
But
shape,
before
how
this
do you know it's
final
black?
struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide and seek in corridors filled with enemies.
So after getting to the
The
palace.
risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek.
But I thought you said if I reached her, I would be
There's
forced
more
into a
than one
battle.
way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge.
Is that the former king and queen?
These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your
Okay.
destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids.
Ooh.
Be warned.
Tell me more.
The druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you.
That would be suboptimal.
The druid's nature is hidden in the mists.
Okay.
There's nothing more I can do for you.
Can you tell me how to get there?
To give you this. It is water from the sacred pool.
Oh, thank you.
That and my blessing go with you.
I need that for a magic spell.
Thank you, great oracle.
Wonderful, wonderful. No, please. There was an area up the top I haven't explored yet. Just let me explore that one little bit and I'll be off. I don't need to get back into the city. Oops. I found a cave that we could explore. Just at the top of the cliff. Like, it's literally the scene at the top of the cliff. And I've not been able to explore it. There it is, and there's no one here. Oh, thank goodness. The problem...
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb.
Yeah, the problem was the first time I got here, I didn't have the tinderbox. So I went into the hole, but I couldn't see anything.
Alexander finds himself in a dark cave.
And knowing the way that these... knowing the way these games work, there's always a danger that not going in here could have been a soft lock. There could have been like an important item in here that I needed, which I wouldn't be able to complete the game
Alexander
without.
takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
I don't know, because I haven't played this game before, but that was the concern. Thank goodness they will let me back. At least this far. I say let me back, it's more that they don't have any, they don't have any, don't happen to have any guards right at the top of the cliff. Also, look at this effect they've done with him walking around in the dark with the light. Yeah, with older games especially, you can get stuck.
Dead end. Nothing.
I don't...
Alexander crawls through the opening in the rock.
Oh, there's another opening in the rock. Okay.
The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
Okie doke.
The window in the rock is too small for Alexander to fit through.
Can he look through
A
it?
natural window-like opening in the rock provides a view to the outside world. A peppermint plant grows on the window's ledge.
Oh yes, we need that. It turns out, so the main antagonist of this game is the Vizier Alhazred, who has well, he's taken charge of the country after the king and queen died, and since the princess came back, she's been notionally in mourning, so no one will see her, and then Alhazred announced that they were getting wed. It looks like she's being forced into the marriage so that he can take power. Now, Alhazred has a literal genie working for him, who has somehow, up to this point, still failed to kill Alexander. I don't know how that is possible, given that they are a literal genie, but multiple times the genie has tried to kill us and completely failed. Anyway, point is this. Turns out this particular genie gets extremely intoxicated when they consume mint. So I am very happy to hear they have a mint plant here.
Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released. Ah.
Ah, sneaky. Well, that's the thing. Like this, I don't know, but that literally could be the difference between me winning and losing this game.
Alexander is standing in a second room of the cave. A natural window to the outside world provides a little more light here, and even helps clear the musty smell. Dead end.
So, I mean, that was well worth doing. Blimey, I'm not even halfway through the game yet. The question is, where to next?
Alexander can't.
I've been told about the druids, so Alexander knows that they exist now.
Alexander.
I mean, I as a player already knew that they existed because I'd read the manual, but
Alexander climbs carefully down.
Alexander, the
long
character, knows
face
they
of the
exist,
Logic
yeah?
Cliffs.
Can he use that in some way to find their island, I wonder? Definitely sounds like it, so smart. Well, I don't know about that.
Alexander climbs carefully down the long face of the Logic Cliffs. Alexander.
Right, this is a magic map we use to get around. The only caveat to it is you have to be on the beach to use it. So I couldn't have used the magic map, for example, to get myself out of that maze we were in before. Isle of the Mists, that was not there before.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So being told that it exists has updated our magic map. That's very interesting. And we've been warned about the druids. They may try to kill us. Well, destroy was the word they used.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Northeast, you say? Interesting.
The ocean is only visible for a few feet before it becomes shrouded in mist. The island's trees are gnarled and eerie looking. Grayish moss growing fervently in the damp, sun-blocking mist coats the tree's knobby branches.
Blimey.
There's no reason to touch that.
Okay, I thought it was a twig on the ground I could pick up. Where am I going? Over
Alexander
here.
is frozen
Oh, hello.
at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
I love the art style.
Brothers, look!
Hello!
Uh-oh. Alexander's been seen.
How are you?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
I see.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage.
Suboptimal.
The cage is swung out over the bonfire. Alexander starts to feel a little warm.
Can I do something? No.
The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot.
It's not giving me the option to do anything.
Alexander is getting really hot. Mercifully, Alexander passes out from the heat before the first tongues of flame ignite the wicker.
Well now. That didn't go well.
Tickets only. Next.
That was a bit too hot to handle. Alexander should have been better prepared.
What was I thinking?
Alexander.
Yeah, we've been playing through the entire series from the beginning, and yeah, the graphics have come on a long way since the first game. And I don't think it's just that the technology's got better, although it clearly has. I mean, the first game was 1984, I think, and this one's 1992. So 8 years later.
Alexander.
But I think they also are just, they presumably have a much larger budget and the artists are putting in a lot more work.
Alexander.
Okay. Right. Let me check my spell book. Because I feel like a spell might have helped there. They even referenced
Alexander
it was a rain... They even called it a rain ritual, didn't they? Oh cool, they have newer ones too. I just love the old style and it's really pretty. Good times. Yeah, there's 2 games after this one that I'm aware of. But I've not played them yet, so I don't know how good or bad they are. Few drops salt water, not from the sea. How am I going to get that? 1 vial sacred water and falling water. First mix salt and sacred water in a teapot. I don't have a teapot. Then add falling water. Again, what do you even mean by falling water? Like from a waterfall? Speak incantation over teapot to enchant. Heat to boiling to activate. Clouds of thunder, shaft of light, come and sup with me tonight. Water's free, have I for tea. Brew a tempest now for me. Waterfall sounds good. Rain. Yeah. Could be either. What do I have? I have the magic map, a boring book, some coins we picked up in the labyrinth.
The 2 coins from the skeleton in the catacombs are extremely old and corroded.
Don't know what to do with them. We have a dagger. We kept the dagger then that we got off Lady Celeste.
The small dagger is a gift from Lady Celeste. Its handle is decorated with precious gems set in a delicate feminine style.
Did she say it was a present?
Alexander is carrying a human skull.
We've got the feather, the odorous flower, the lamp, the milk, the mint leaf, the rabbit's paw, the hair ribbon. That's the sacred water, the shield, the spell book, a teacup, not a teapot, and a tinderbox. Oh well, going to the druids doesn't seem like the best plan.
His magic map.
Cheers for the salty one, maybe. Yeah, I was thinking that. But I don't know of anybody that's crying.
Alexander.
Nor do I have a vessel in which to store said tears. Let's poke around the island, because sometimes things change when we're away. When we solve puzzles in other places. Doesn't look like anything's changed here. Oh, you know what I should do? I should go back to the Isle of Wonders and see if I can find that hole in a wall again. The one that got away from me. In the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Because that seems like a very useful item. A portable hole you can attach to a wall. Doesn't look like much has changed.
Looking at the serving girl reminds Alexander of the years he spent as a slave under the evil wizard Mananan. He wishes there were some way he could help her. She looks very shy and nervous as she tends her roses.
Will you stop?
Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. But yeah, her stepmother is not very nice to her.
Alexander.
Isle of Wonders. Hello, that wasn't there before.
There's a small bottle on the coffee table. It bears a label that reads, "Drink me."
That was not there before. Was that... Do you think that was left by the genie to get us killed?
Alexander picks up the bottle. There's nothing to...
This is going to be poison, right? It's green, and it says "drink me."
The little bottle contains
and it wasn't
some
there
sort
before.
of potion and bears a label saying, "Drink me." That's rather forward of it. The bottle only communicates via its label.
Okay. It might seem a bit ridiculous for me to try and talk with a bottle, but honestly, on the Isle of Wonders we have talked to all sorts of things you wouldn't have expected. I'm going to try drinking it, even though I fully expect to die.
Alexander searches the bottle for a clue about the potion inside, but remains unilluminated. Alexander decides to swallow the potion in the bottle labeled "Drink Me" to see what happens.
Pretty sure we're going to die, but this is the only way to know for sure.
Suddenly, his vision fades
Could
to
be
black.
Romeo and Juliet style.
His lungs become too heavy to breathe. His heartbeat slows.
Okay. That's suboptimal.
Then beats no more.
That's not good.
Suddenly, his heart takes a lurch, then beats strong.
Wait, what?
His chest heaves like that of a newborn.
Okay.
His vision clears, and Alexander feels fine.
What was that about then?
Phew. For a minute there, I thought, what if someone else had seen me and thought, zounds?
I probably wasn't supposed to take that then. I can't believe I was right. We now know what it does. So... Wait, I can't drink it again, can I?
Alexander already has a pretty good idea what that potion does, and he doesn't want to waste the rest of it.
Oh, that's good of the developers, so I don't have to reload.
Those snapdragons don't like Alexander getting so close.
I noticed the hole in the wall's not there.
To take...
I'm surprised they were so gracious and didn't lock it. I know.
Path beyond the Knights is the...
Checkmate! Only chess pieces allowed in chessboard land? That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
Oh then. That was the case before. I was just checking that hadn't changed. Since other things have changed.
Alexander.
We go back to the Isle of the Beast. We were stuck in the Isle of the Beast trying to get past that stone archer, weren't we? I have a dagger.
The stone archer would
That's not going to help. It sounds silly, but I don't take it here, do
Alexander already had...
Yeah, okay. I don't. A shield.
Alexander decides to pass through the gate, preparing the shield just in case.
Come on!
The
Yes!
magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
And he doesn't have another arrow. Or she. And we're through! That is progress.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo.
So far as we can tell, we are the farthest anyone's
Rose
been in.
hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
What I was about to say, as far as we know, we're the farthest any human has been into this island in a long time.
Alexander promises himself that he will not go home until he has determined what Casima's feelings are for him, and if she needs his help.
Right, but can you try speaking to the roses, see if they're sentient?
Open, I say!
The roses seem impervious to Alexander's commands.
Okay, that didn't work. I do have a dagger, though.
The dagger isn't strong enough to cut through the magical hedges.
I could set fire to it.
Don't start forest fires.
Okay. Fine. I wonder if the coins are for the boatman if I go to the land of the dead. Could be. Maybe they're ticklish.
The hedges are most likely not ticklish.
Okay.
Alexander sees no...
I don't see a way past. Which is a shame, because it took us so long to get past that one stone archer. I wonder what we're even looking for. Like, I tried the dagger on the magical rose hedge, and I was told that it's not strong enough to cut through a magical hedge. So what is? Or am I not trying to cut through it? Am I trying to do this some other way? Persuading it to move out the way or something? I don't know. Alright, I can think of a couple of places we could take a look at on the Island of the Crown.
Alexander.
Jalo, my friend, is the wedding still moving forward at the castle?
Prince Alex, egads, yes, that confounded wedding has a whole castle a bustle. Look, I didn't come here to talk about that, though. I came to warn you.
Warn me? About what? Isn't the wedding bad enough?
No, listen. The Wazir knows that you're here, Alexander. He's posted extra guards, and he's telling them about a foreign saboteur. Who else could he mean but you? The Wazir's genie must have learned of your presence in the land, Prince Alex. I don't know how, but he must have.
I haven't exactly been discreet, I'm afraid.
Alexander, this is serious. Alhazred will never let you get close to Casima now. He's doubled the castle guard, probably to make sure you keep out. Gadzooks! Oh, it's too bad there isn't some way to convince Alhazred that you've left the islands or even died. If he thought you were out of the way, you might be able to get close enough to...
Okay.
What an interesting thought. Tell me more about this genie.
The genie's name is Shamir Shamazel. Alhazred brought Shamir with him when he came to this kingdom. Shamir probably won't directly threaten you, but that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. He can be a terrible trickster and an ingenious spy. It's too bad we can't get our hands on Shamir's lamp. If we had that lamp, Alhazred and all of our problems would be solved. Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
You would wish to be master of such a wicked creature?
Oh, Shamir isn't necessarily evil. Genies never are, you know. They only reflect their owner's heart, for good or ill. Alhazred is hardly a shining example for an impressionable genie.
So how do you propose we go about getting Shamir's lamp?
What? Oh, Prince Alex, I was only dreaming. I mean, the lamp is heavily guarded. It would be easier to steal Alhazred's own trousers while he's wearing them than it would be to get that lamp.
But surely a clown's hands are quick and agile.
Well, yes, they are, as a matter of fact. But then the theft would be detected almost immediately. And then... my poor neck.
If the theft were detected.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, there might be a slim chance, but only that. If you could find a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I might be able to make the swap. I alone might get close enough, but I couldn't tell you what to look for. I caught a glimpse of it only once. I would know it if I saw it again, but to say I cannot.
Well, I'll just have to see what I can do.
Good luck to you then, Prince Alex. I really must be going back to the castle. I don't think I'll be able to come back here. If we were spied on, well, it's too high a risk. I hope you understand. If I see Cassima, I'll tell her I saw you. If you do ever make it to the castle, look me up. And do be careful, friend.
Okay, so I need to convince him I'm dead
Jollo.
and then get
Thanks
to
for all
Jollo
your
with the
help.
right lamp. Convince Alhazred we are dead. Get to Jollo with replica lamp. But unless the lamp that I'm currently holding is the right one, or unless the lamp peddler comes back, although we did see online that it looked like they do at some point when I was looking up hints. Unless they come back, I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I'll tell you what, this is a bit on the nose, but what I could do is just drink the potion right in front of the castle guards. Hey hey Negan, lovely to see you, how are you? I hope you weren't waiting too long for me to reply. Negan, a Scottish streamer, enjoys RPGs, particularly Borderlands. They also like horror games and Gran Turismo. The recent broadcast featured Borderlands 2 and 3 with focus on legendary drops and looting. They're an 18+ only and welcome back seeking, if asked. 9 years.
Alexander already has...
Okay. That won't work then.
You're under orders not to let you anywhere near the castle, Prince Alexander. Be gone!
The problem with trying to take the potion in front of the guards, though, is that presumably if they thought I was dead and lying in front of the castle, they're not just gonna wander off. By the time I come around, I'm either still going to be in front of the castle, or they're going to move my body somewhere.
I really must get inside the castle to see the princess. Perhaps this will convince you.
Be gone! We have no interest in anything you carry. You are not welcome at the castle.
Been playing a ton of Borderlands 4. I see. I take it you've been enjoying it then?
Oh, it's you. Come on
Got
in.
obsessed.
How goes it, Alexander?
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Castle of the Crown sure is a beauty. She's the finest palace ever built, I'll warrant.
Well, thanks again for your hospitality.
You're always welcome, Alexander. Come back anytime.
I feel like the druids are an obvious place to go next, but I don't have a means to get rid of the fire. Nor do I have the items I need to cast that spell. I also seem to be at a bit of a dead end when it comes to sneaking into the castle. Thanks for the shout out, you're very welcome. Oh, welcome back, Pikachu. We saved a princess from a Minotaur in your absence. Actually, she was only noble, technically. She was Lady Celeste. But I should be going to the store soon.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
I remember that picture from the cover art. What, being here?
Alexander.
Let me go back to the Isle of Mists and see if there was something else I could interact with that I missed. I thought it was very epic on the giant box.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
I miss those giant boxes with goodies inside and manuals that were actually well put together. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else here I can do. It's death if I go that way.
Alexander.
Oh, the Minotaur! I see.
Alexander.
I didn't know that. First I saw the Minotaur was when I was peeping through a wall using the hole in a wall.
Good day.
Oh, there's the genie.
Alexander would never get the old man to agree to drink that. Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
This'll do the trick.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
It was very detailed.
No.
I enjoyed that sound effect.
Oh, what a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
Oh my goodness. Hi Negan, lovely to see you again. Seconds later in the castle. Seconds later.
I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else.
Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news.
Well, what is it?
Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cassima.
What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious.
I saw the whole thing myself, Master. He was really and truly quite dead.
I've got to get up at 5 AM, as I've got to go all the way up to the back of Glasgow to the dentist tomorrow.
You've spent enough time
Oh
on
my
that little
goodness.
irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding.
You should get some sleep, shouldn't you?
Anything,
I mean, I know it's none of my
Master.
business, but...
Oh, I do love weddings.
Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Oh, I've seen the lamp now. Which is convenient. Hold on. I caught his surname again, Shamazel. I want to make sure I write that down.
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
Thank you for giving Catherick a shout out. It's not
Prince
meant to be
Alex,
far. My
but
local one couldn't pull the tooth where I was.
Sorry, friend.
So sending me to hospital, which is a dentist in it.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
I'm fine. It was nothing.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex, please choose
You don't have to
something
do
in
that. I've been
exchange
here a
for the
while.
items
Thanks,
on the
okay.
counter.
Alexander looks closely
I'm sorry I
at the
didn't think
items
to
on
do
the
it,
counter
Catholic.
to make his selection.
I'll take the paintbrush.
I think I'd like the painter's brush.
Very good, Prince Alex. The painter's brush it is. May your painting go well. Feel free to bring back the brush at any time.
Thank you.
Make sure you bite down on that gauze to form the clots. I know, I already have one less tooth. Oh dear, you poor thing. I should write down the description of the genie's lamp. Genie's lamp is blue glass and angular. Noted. Catherick, hope you had a good lunch. Well, that's what happens if you pick a life of non-stop snacking and eating and drinking fizzy juice. I rotted my teeth. Poor thing. I had 2 wisdom teeth removed and it was no fun. That does not sound fun at all.
We are under orders not to let you anywhere near the castle, Prince Alexander. Be gone!
Okay. So they still recognise me as me, which makes sense. I don't want them to know that I'm still alive, obviously. I don't know if the game devs would have been so mean to let me fool the genie and then still have me fail that puzzle because I revealed myself. Are you nervous to travel a long way for the procedure?
Alexander.
What now?
Alexander...
I'm glad that trick with the genie worked, but we're at a bit of a dead end again. I've now explored all the areas, or all the obvious areas that I can reach on the Isle of Wonder, as well as the... It's gone back. As well as the Crown Island.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
So that will go... It will revert. That's interesting. I wonder if I could go through there, if I could ride on that deer's back. They may not be happy about the idea, though. Maybe you can see some... Oh. My dad's friend is driving us over. Maybe you can see some nice sights at least. Get some good pictures or stop by a special place after. I would, but my mouth will be numb. Oh, that deer's already gone. Oh, ideas, anybody? Ideas for how I could progress? Greetings again. Wow, you're still playing. I hope you're having fun. Yeah, it's pretty good. I should probably stop soon though, because as you say, I have been going a while. I've saved Lady Celeste from the Minotaur. I've tricked the genie into thinking I'm dead by drinking that poison in front of him. Do I still have any of that poison actually, or is it all gone? It's all gone. I understand there is a plan to swap out the genie's lamp if I can get into the palace. But the palace is still guarded even though they think I'm dead. At least there's still guards at the entrance. So that doesn't help. The druids locked me in a cage and put me over a fire immediately upon sight. And I currently don't have a way to deal with that. I know that I have a spell which can cause the weather to change to rain, which might put the bonfire out. I think a real bonfire wouldn't be put out by rain, but you know, hypothetically that might do it. And they did say it was some sort of rain ritual they were performing, so it might impress the druids if I suddenly cause a storm. What is that emoji? Well, are you enjoying the music? So yeah, I don't know, I'm a bit stuck again. I haven't found a way past the knights in the chest land, but do you have any way to fan the flames? Just a thought. Still on cool, so send me away. Not that I know of. I've been detected. Did you say that the druids are on guard on their island? Effectively, if they see me, they stick me into a cage and put me over a bonfire. It's not ideal. Apparently, Alhazred told them to expect me. That's true. Alhazred thinks I'm dead now. Maybe they won't. He might have rescinded the order.
Alexander.
That'd certainly be convenient if that were true. Oh, this has changed.
Great gods, did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
See you, Pikachu.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
Hello.
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Good luck tomorrow, Negan.
At the spectacle before him. robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical
again.
ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
Please don't do this
We
again.
found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the
Wait.
sacrificial cage.
That leopard on
I must
the
rescue
Archdruid's
the
head
princess.
blinked.
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage.
So yes, I think this counts as being on guard.
And the cage is swung out over the bonfire.
Interestingly, I'm never given the option to do anything.
The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot.
Get it over with.
Alexander is getting really hot. Mercifully, Alexander passes out from the heat before the first tongues of
So
flame
I think you're in
ignite
a
the
fail
wicker.
state, but I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe you don't have the item to get past the event.
Tickets only. Next.
It's gonna be difficult
That
for me
was a
to
bit too
assess
hot.
whether I am in a fail state. Yeah, that was after I tricked the genie, wasn't it?
Good day.
I could look up a hint online. How do I avoid dying as a sacrifice? Did you notice why the druids want to sacrifice you? Yes, because they've been ordered to. For the Rain Festival, by now you must know something about rain and magic. This is true, so that's what I'd have to do. I'd have to cast that spell. You need to restore prior to when the druids went on guard. I don't remember what point that is though. Well, the game's suggesting I just cast the... Sorry, the hints I looked up online suggest I just need to cast the rain spell. I need a few drops of salt water, not from the sea. 1 vial of sacred water, which I do have, and some falling water. You're incapable of making that spell. Bless you, take care. I'm always here for you. Thank you, Jenny. I mean, the notes I'm reading are very clear. They say you need to make the spell to get past the druids. I just found something online, but not sure if you want the info or not. Well, I need to know if I'm in a fail state, and if so, to deal with it. You are in a fail state. I couldn't reach them until after I had done the Minotaur's Labyrinth, though. I need to determine how I ended up in the fail state. Use Beauty's Slave Codes to extinguish the flames. Oh. But that is a completely different solution. The only slave I'm aware of will be here. He doesn't have those. So you're suggesting that the hint online that I cast a spell is incorrect? Or are you suggesting that that there would have been a way I could have had the ingredients for that spell up to this point, but that I no longer have access to them? The problem is, if I don't know how I ended up in this fail state, I won't know how to avoid it in future. And I won't know how far back to go, because you say go back to before the druids went on guard. I don't know how far back that was. I've only just gained access to the island. So if something happened that put them on guard, I don't know when that was. I'm just saying that you've been in a fail state since the druids went on guard. And I don't know when that was. But it sounds like they're always on guard. Tell you what, let me check something. If I restore a long time ago, is this where we began? I think this is where we began today. Could I have got to the island of the druids this far back? No, because the island...
happens. Apparently, the map won't teleport its user anywhere except the other islands. It's probably just as well. Who knows what might be in those mists?
Yeah, until I had done the whole labyrinth puzzle, I didn't have access to the Minotaur puzzle. I didn't have access to where the druids were, so they were always on guard. I thought you said that you were there at one point without them being on guard. No, I've never been to the Island of the Mists with them not being on guard. They have always been on guard. Oh, if you're talking about when I said, oh, that's new, the thing that was new was that they were on the beach. Previously, I had gone to the Isle of Mists, and then I had walked to the next scene and been captured there, but on the last occasion, I teleported to... Even when I teleported to the beach, they were already there waiting for me. But they've always put me into the cage. Yeah, I mean on guard on the beach. Alright, we can... If that's what you meant, we can experiment. They probably aren't on guard here. Hang on. If that's what you mean, isn't there a chance it's just random? It's probably one of those King's Quest random things. If I keep doing it, say 3 times, I bet on one of the occasions they won't be there. There is a period between when the land appears on the map and when they start to guard the beach.
Perhaps he is...
You have to restore in that window. Okay, I understand.
I think...
Alright, in which case I probably need to restore here, I think. Was this after... That's after I got the leaf.
Alexander.
Okay, this isn't so bad then. I'm here. Right, I must need something on this screen.
Come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting. The island's trees are gnarled and eerie look. The island's mysterious looking the island's mysterious Alexander is mysterious Alexander the island.
So what am I looking for?
Alexander is mysterious. The island mysterious Alex Mysterious. The island's trees are gnarled. From the northeast come the sounds of the island's trees. Mysterious.
Right, your game is now viable. What am I looking for?
Alexander is the island.
Because I don't want to enter a fail state again.
The island's trees.
And it sounds like I'm on a timer.
The ocean is only visible. The ocean is only visible. One of the mysterious. The island. From.
Oh.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Well, this makes a difference.
A communal fire pit occupies a place of honor in the center of the little village. The fire pit, naturally enough, contains coal. The coals are cold. That's odd, because Alexander definitely smells the smoke of an open fire close by.
Well, a wood fire and a coal fire would smell very different.
Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal. Alexander takes the scythe.
Is there a teapot around here?
The animal skull is on display in the center of the village. Based on its central location, it may perhaps serve as ceremonial protection against danger.
Or maybe real protection against danger. They are
Alexander
druids.
can think of less desirable things to carry around than that animal skull, but not many. He decides to leave it alone. From the east, the doors to the tree houses are bolted, and Alexander doesn't want to intrude into the private dwellings uninvited. The doors to the tree houses look a bit. The way north is blocked by impenetrable forest.
Is there anything else I need from here?
Alexander's adventures are keeping him quite warm enough as it is. He has no need for the bearskin.
Before I move on?
The door. There's no reason to touch from the east. Alexander, there's nothing to.
No.
Alexander is
brothers. This must be the foreigner we will.
That is Alexander. From the north. From the east.
Is it just the scythe and the coal?
Alexander.
That I need.
Alexander. The way. A grove of giant trees has been.
Once you have the coal and the scythe, you can afford to leave the island again. Okay, fantastic. That's what I needed to know.
From the north. Alexander.
Right, Island of Wonders.
Alexander. Alexander.
Okay.
Alexander.
Island of Beasts. Because there is one puzzle we figured out how to do here, but not another. Actually, do you know what? I think the scythe was the thing I probably needed to do the other puzzle here. So with that in mind, I'll go back and do the genie puzzle.
Good day.
Alexander would never get the old man to agree. Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop!
I am no more.
Oh, what a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased. I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else. Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news. Well, what is it? Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cassima. What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious. I saw the whole
I
thing
hope good
myself,
things happen to the
Master.
pawn shop
He
owner
was
after all
really
this,
and
because
truly
he's been
quite
extraordinarily
dead.
patient with everyone. That's very true.
If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding. Anything, Master? Oh, I do love weddings. Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself as we discuss.
You're gonna take the place of the princess for some reason.
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
Prince Alex! But you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
Excellent. Off to the Isle of Beasts.
Alexander.
Right, let's save here before I forget. No. Good thing I saved. That's not what I meant to do. I obviously meant to use the shield.
The dense.
Poor Alexander. Here we go.
Alexander. The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
I wonder if we could have done that in front of the genie and what he would have said if we had.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked. Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges.
Come on!
The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together. He sees light.
Yes? Because you need to get the brick from this thing to get the shield. You can never use the shield in front of the genie. That's true.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
Hello there.
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
So it gave you extreme longevity then?
This island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years.
Wow.
That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave, a slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
I shall try to find such a maid, for Casima's sake.
Truly? How determined of
The
you.
slave.
I personally would not waste my last few hours
On
as a
Crown
man
Island.
on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... If you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers while your fingers
Wait,
you have.
can we do this by deception?
Your master will await you.
If they think we're him and we give her his ring, will that work? I mean, that seems unethical, but we are trying to circumvent a spell here. Also, when he gets debeastified, is he gonna suddenly age very rapidly? Goodness me. We really had better wrap up now. It's much, much later than I intended to be streaming. Let me see if anyone's streaming right now who I should be raiding. We could raid Scottbot. Yeah, why don't we raid Scottbot? So thank you for joining me, everyone. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone that keeps me company, everyone that talks to me in chat, and everybody that lurks. I appreciate each and every one of you. And, oh, we do have someone new to thank, don't we? We have Vert to thank. There we go. What else was I thinking? Streaming going forwards. So the plan was that Wednesday would be Elden Ring, Friday would be more King's Quest, and next Monday would be more Elden Ring. But that's been complicated by the fact that, of course, we weren't able to do the Split Fiction today that we had planned to do. We were going to do that every Monday. So that means that there's a chance that on Friday I'll be doing Split Fiction with Pikachu instead. So that's going to be, if that does go ahead, it's going to be another 2 games stream. So that would be King's Quest or bookending 2 hours of Split Fiction in the middle, as we had planned to do today. And next Monday, actually, would be Elden Ring and Split Fiction as well. So the plan was, Monday's whatever game I'm playing would have a 2-hour segment of Split Fiction in the middle, but because we weren't able to do it today, we may end up doing it Friday if Pikachu is able. That's essentially the situation. Right, let's get that raid set up, shall we? It appears ScottBot is playing Pokemon Legends Zeta A. Right. I wish you all a wonderful night. Good night.